Hello everybody, I unconsciously clicked the up button before I was ready, and also I should be on this screen, and also I'm just kind of wrong in all my accounts. See how permanent delayed the effects are? Asbestos is crazy. All me and my homies, we hate asbestos, but we think it's a little tasty. We think it looks a little tasty though, right? Looks a little tasty. I don't know if I should be on this screen or if I should be on the other screen. I don't really know. Maybe we should just be on hub. We could just be on a hub and then do like that. Like that. Like you could get exposed and then not know till 40 years later you get super deadly mesothelioma. Seal. Yeah, I'm gonna seal today because we're gonna do a collab here in like a little bit. But yeah. Have you or a loved one been affected by mesothelioma? Mesothelioma. I guess we can do some art before. I thought I would have more stuff to prep, but I guess I don't. I don't really know. But congratulations on your certification, my friend Happy. It's so cold, but I got my platypus. He's in my hands. Wallace. Wally the platypus. He's in my hands now. He arrived in the mail today, and it's lovely. He's a little guy. He's very soft. And he's bigger. He's a bit bigger than my cat when she loves, which is crazy. But yeah. But I guess we'll do some art. Is sealing the day. I am indeed. I think today I don't know, my brain is like completely off today. Should have played some Minecraft. Should have loaded up some Minecraft. That's what I should have done. But instead, we're just gonna do some painting. Done with trading, so first day of work is maybe tomorrow, maybe in 3 days, maybe in 6 days. They said they'll tell me later. What the fuck? Do you get paid for that time that you're waiting, or is it just like, no, it's like a flat rate, right? It's a flat rate, and then your contact. This is not too rushed. Thank you for the wellness check. I took my meds. I need to drink some water. My eye is like being bonky. You take your meds. Thank you. Yes, I did. I took it with lactose-free milk because I'm the only one that likes it. Even though my roommate is lactose intolerant, I'm the only one that really drinks it. And he's like over it. And he wants to get a different milk. So I have to finish it because Pixels doesn't like it. So I have to finish it. Oh my bruh, please. But yes, I did take my meds today. And we're schmoovin'. We're grooving. And my tablet was wrong. Okay. There we go. I don't know what I want to do with the exterior for now. Yeah, this is the right file. I might end up having to work. I don't think I get paid till then. No, I get paid for travel. And oh, I like most milks. Me too. If you're lactose intolerant, just tolerate it, bro. On God, did you know? Fun fact. That I'm pretty sure that Pixels like watched this video about it or whatever. But like technically you can like cause lactose is a thing where like your body builds it up, so technically you could just build a tolerance to it, I think is how it works. But don't quote me. Don't, I don't really know. Except hemp microdose milk, exactly. But yeah, lactose, not my toast. I've never tried hemp milk. Personally. I wonder what it tastes like. I saw that too. Like maybe that's why I can have some dairy. Some lady. Yeah. So the lady was like, "Oh, if you just, what the fuck was it called? As if you just Also, I grabbed the wrong one. I need this guy on this guy. And then we have the paint. There we go. Now we're on the right layer. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the lady was like, since lactose is something that oat milk was the closest non-dairy milk I've tried. I like soy milk. Almond milk is pretty good, I'd say. Almond and soy milk I like. Those are pretty good. I think we're gonna go inward. One of my favorite, maybe rice milk. I don't think I've ever tried rice milk. But yeah, the lady like did like a month where she was just drinking milk, and then she was like, I realized that maybe I should not have only been drinking milk and just increased my milk intake. And it's like, eesh. Yeah, probably. But yeah. Yeah. I thought it was just cool though. I don't know how I did this previously, because it's like I tried drinking a bunch of soy milk and eating a bunch of Luna bars to see if it would turn me into a woman. That's fair. I would say that might be a little difficult to just eat things and then genetically change, but like to each their own, you know? Who knows? You could have found the genetic secret. I don't like that there are like these little splotches in here when I try to smudge it. I was trying yesterday. I shouldn't have. I was very sleepy and I should have just gone to bed, but I woke my brain up and was like, hey, let's try out texturing in Procreate. And it was pretty cool. I liked it. You can tell though from like comparing it to like what I'm using right now, which is Substance Painter, that it's a 2D application trying to implement 3D versus like a 3D application implementing like 2D texturing. So I would say I still like Substance Painter more, but I think it's like a nice thing that if I ever wanted to make a bit more of a like a, I would say like a stylized object, instead of like hand painting it on my computer, I could just put it on my tablet. But I think at the end of the day, I would just prefer Substance Painter on a tablet, because the uniqueness of Substance Painter is just very nice. And I like it a lot. And grows without what's 1 and 2? Okay. I don't know what it is about this pen setting. Maybe I could replicate. I probably could replicate this in Procreate. But I was looking good. Painted looked nice. Thank you. Yeah, we did a lot of basic layering of layers yesterday, I think, after you went to bed. And then now I'm just kind of like varying it up a little bit, so that way when you put like the wood beams on, you'll still get to see, excuse me, you'll still get to see this kind of like shadow happen. But I should put this on base color so I can see without fake lighting. Oh my god! It's hailing. It just suddenly started pouring. Easier to visualize, yeah. It just started fucking pouring, but because it's so cold, it's hail. Oh, the poor bird. I think I just saw a bird get pelted by a bit of hail. Ow! Ow! Oh! 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 Man, that bitch is hailing though, bro. That bitch be hailing. That bitch be hailing. That bird probably deserved it like that, yeah. Actually, exactly like that. I saw it go like, it would like try to fly up and then immediately like went down as it started pouring. I kind of felt bad for it. Yeah, it is. It is officially hailing. Yay, hail! But it's very interesting. Because, like, we were set to get, like, maybe some snow, but apparently we're just getting, like, a giant cold front in the Pacific Northwest right now. I also hate how this looks. Color burn. Linear burn. I want it to be more saturated. Soft light, hard light. Just don't like, I like this one. Like overlay. And I'll keep it at 100. As it's running. And the only other reason why I was like hoping yesterday when I was trying to do this with filters is because like it would have been a lot faster. And I have to kind of like replicate this on every single fucking wall. So it's gonna take me a little while, but the results are really nice when you finish it. And to be fair, it's only a thing that like I can kind of see, but I like it regardless. And it's kind of therapeutic, to be honest, to just paint this. So I think that's maybe what we'll do today after we get done with work. Is that I'll just kind of hang out and paint. Hi, Kiwi. Because I haven't done 3D texturing in a while. And I feel like it's a good practice of a medium between, between like 2D and 3D, especially with like the 2D skills that I think I've been gaining as of late. So, I got church today, so I'll be heading out in a few hours. No problem. Why do you have church on, you have church on a Wednesday? Is it like some type of holiday or something today? What the fuck? Oh man. Okay, that's fine. Oops. Paint. Club going up. Ash Wednesday. Oh. Oh, thanks, thanks, Bex. Thanks, Sheppy. Y'all were so fast about that. Like Orwell, the club going up on a Wednesday. That's where my line would have went, but okay, that's fair. Should I put... I'm not religious. I don't want anybody to think I'm religious. And I don't want anyone to think I'm making fun of it. I broke my lyric for that. Thank you, Bex. You got it set correctly finally. Yippee! You're gonna go to the grocery store later and be like, the club going up on a Wednesday. Dude, I was gonna say, should I put like an ashy cross on my head? On God, though. On God. If I were to go to a grocery store today, I would be like, guys, why like this? But now we know. You look half dead half the time. You. Okay, I just want to put like the base. I do need this brush to follow path, I think. Wait, I don't know. No, that's not doing what I want. Never noticed it before. I was one of the people with Ash. I mean, that's fair. You're either in it or you're out of it. With Froms, like these who need it. What? Sorry, ignore that. You're okay. I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I'm like, Wait, is this the one I want? Which one is the one that's like... Oh, is it a this kind of thing? And then follow path. Yeah. This is the one I want. Oops. I don't know if the symmetry thing will work. It does work here. Yo, that's crazy. Right, Fonda Franz. Franz of the ponds. We got Franz on deck. We got Franz on the floor, and we got Franz on the walls. We got Franz on Franz. I'm so fucking cold. I need to turn on my heated blanket. Yo, it fucking hailing, brother. Yo, the tops of the houses are now covered with, like, snow. Or ice. Which is cool. Remind me of Colorado. It will remind me of home. Get Pixels. He's in a meeting. He's in a meeting right now. I cannot get him. He working. See, hold on, wait. I can show you. He working. And how it requires the blood. See, he working right now. See him? He working. He working right now. I cannot bug him. Work it. Get it, girl. Get her, girl. Drop it low. Drop it low. Drop it low. Sorry. Hey, is this one different? This one is different, but I kind of like this one more, I think. If I do it like that, then I can just look at it. Well, I wish I could look at it in the way that I'm hoping to. Yes, I can. I'm just stupid. I also have a cavity taken care of tomorrow. Yikes! I need to go to the dentist. Don't worry. I probably need to go to a dentist and get a tooth pulled as well. Because one of my teeth that, like, I had a root canal done on the tooth, but I think, I don't know, the tooth is, like, not looking awesome. Like, I brushed my teeth and stuff, but I think they did the root canal maybe wrong or something. Because, like, he ain't happy. Elaine has, like, no, I don't. No, I don't. What the fuck? What the fuck? Flow jitter, alignment, planar. There we go. Stinky. No! I don't have stinky breath. I brush my teeth. I promise. Oh, I have bad breath. I have good breath. My breath right now probably smells like banana, peanut butter, and honey. Because that's what I had for breakfast. I had a banana, peanut butter, honey sandwich. A sandwich. I can smell it from here. No, you can't. The only thing you'll be smelling is some isopropyl alcohol. Clean material from the doctor. I kind of want to use, like, a more wild brush, you know? Like, something a little more crazy. Kooky crazy. I don't know if that's the brush. I should do this on a clean paint layer. Isopropyl alcohol smells stinky to me. Me no like it. Me think it smells funny. Alright. Chalk thin. Charcoal. Iron lung mentioned. Iron lung? Wait, what does this have to do with iron lung? Elaborate. It'll probably be a while until I see the movie, so. Or, like, elaborate, like, a little bit. Don't elaborate, like, a lot. Actually, I personally don't care. You know how long it takes me to actually watch a movie that I want to watch? It takes me, like, a whole, like, fucking 6 months. That one scene? Gotcha. Understandable. Look in your face. Wait, I kind of like this. this. And then I went in. Like less on the top here. Yo, I kind of like that. It's got like some good texture going on, but it's not too crazy, I think. There we go. And then... yeah. I'll be on YT before she watches it. On God. Takes me forever. Like, I only recently... like, how long has the Frankenstein movie been out? And I fucking only watched it, like, last Saturday? I don't know. My motivation just to watch things is just fucking small. Either see it in theater... yeah. Like, I either see it when it comes out, or I just don't watch it for a long time. I think that happens with me with literally everything I watch, and I don't know why. Like, that happened with, like, I think, like, The Mighty Nine. Like, I watched it continuously on release, and then I was like, meh. I think I took a break for some reason. I don't know why. I think it was... oh, it was because we had family over. Was that the trailer for the new Dracula movie you mentioned? Yeah. The one, yeah. Doesn't it look cool? I want to watch it. A lot of people like the romance of it. The yearning of it all. And I'm like, ooh. I also like that actor a lot. I hear the Mighty Nine. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It kind of like, if you're kind of a campaign purist, you might not like it, but I thought for someone like me who, like, I haven't watched all the campaign and I don't think I could sit through the entire campaign and remember everything, I definitely think, like, the show is, like, the way to go to watch it. Especially because you just get to see all the fun animations. Ghost. Ghost. Like this spot right here that I'm like, it's not enough, but I want it to be a little bit less at the same time. I saw Scarlet on a Whim. What'd you think of that one? Is that good? Do you know the play Macbeth? I do know that. I don't know a lot about it, but I know, like, a little bit about it. But is it like based off of that kind of like Shakespearean storytelling? I'm presuming it is. I think I could look at it like from this side. So it's like same. It's like the director saw Macbeth and thought, oh, what if Macbeth was an anime girl? That's crazy. The show also removes some of the drama from filming the campaign. That's valid, yeah. That's valid. Chasing a ghost. A ghost. And what if she got a character growth instead of pure revenge the whole time? That actually sounds really nice, actually. I'm kind of into that. How happy it is at everyone dying. Okay, well, now you kind of got me more sold on it. I might definitely at least check it out, at least a trailer. I always think it's interesting because, like, we're at an age where, like, a lot of media is kind of retelling the classics again. And so things like that, I'm at least interested in seeing, like, what their, like, purview of it is. I look like him? Do I look like him? If you like Inception, you should check out Paprika. It basically, I saw on TikTok the kind of surgence of like people being like, you know, Inception's just a ripoff of Paprika. And I haven't seen Inception, but I really would like to see Paprika. It does 2D and 3D animation of the characters. It's very pretty. Ooh. Milk. Can I change? I wonder if I can change the shortcut for that. Maybe I could just. It's a Macbeth fanfiction. It's very diff. Cheesy but good. Oh, we love cheesy in this house. That's cool. I'll definitely have to check it out then, at the very least. Spite on my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Spite on my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. 2. Vinland Saga is also loosely based on the story of the same name. It's Viking records of finding America. Oh, is that what that one's about? I feel like I've seen like it around on like my social media, and like it'll pop up on like anime sites a lot. I just never got around to watching it, you know. What? Did really like Inception. Hi Stripes, welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. How you doing today? Welcome. Yeah, I remember why now I had to this took so long in the first place because it had like not all the sides were as equal, so doing the symmetry tool wasn't exactly gonna work for everything. That's okay. Hi Fox. Hi Vexed. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Hope that exam went well. Just checking in before I leave for my exam. Good luck. You got this. I believe in you, you smarty pants. Dor, what's your thank you? A lot of people put it on the same level as Vagabond and Berserk in terms of storytelling. Wow. Well, didn't know that. Okay, I like that. I think as long as I keep with this mentality that I'm going with, I think we'll be okay. My rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. I'm still just a rat in a cage. I wonder if this would like. You guys, good luck. Yeah, we all believe in you. We all believe. Yeah, I think if I do this on the texture, it'd be better. What corner was that though? Only hard part is that, okay, it's this corner. Okay, cool. Spite on my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. I need a rat model. also, I apologize if I am at all a little moody, needy, or just anything of that sort. I've had cramps in like years. I always remembered when I was younger, like I would say, or at least like my recollection was always telling my mom, "Oh, I have cramps. Like I can't do this because I have cramps. I don't want to." And I always thought that was like an excuse. But now that I'm having cramps again, no, I didn't want to do those things because these fucking things suck. No, shut the fuck up, Kiwi. No. Where's my no. No, I'm sorry. It's hard not to talk about because it fucking doesn't feel good. You don't like the way it feels. I think I want to make this brush a little bit smaller. Hello, how was your meeting? She's very confused by the outside.
How's it going?
Good. I'm just texturing before. I just like it, and so I like the workflow and Substance. I get, but it definitely feels like versus like a 3D program with 2D texturing versus a 2D program that has 3D texturing. So it's like it's different.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It's hailing. Well, not anymore.
It's raining now.
Oh, it's raining now. Oh shit! That shit gonna turn to ice.
It should be warm enough not to, because it's actually like 40 degrees outside.
Okay. Hello, Rhino.
Can I ask you about one thing working really quick?
Yeah, you might want to bend down. She's looking down. She wants to get off.
This would be like a thing for like Monday, or like before Monday. Would you be willing to help us with a purely for testing purposes? Some MS Paint maps and turning them into very simple like kit bashed D&D maps.
No, not really. What would that entail, I guess, though? Because
we just need essentially very simple maps, just something that just doesn't look like it was made in MS Paint. It's not going to be sent to an artist for a final art pass or anything. It's just to help with like testing on a battle map. So RD and me would make like simple draw over and then give it to you to just kit bash some foliage and stuff.
why need me? Why can't I just do it on MS Paint map?
Because we don't want to use MS Paint map for giving to external people for testing.
I guess.
I don't know if like the tool you had on Steam would be good for that or not.
It depends on what it is.
So there would be 3 relatively small maps, a lot smaller than the ones that we were making for the playtest material. So it'd be 3 maps. One of them's like on swamp floor. One of them's in like tree canopy, and it's got like branches crossing, and then one of them's on top of the trees. So it'll be like tree.
I'm surprised you're not just gonna use Tailspire, use the like a topographic view, and then just take a screenshot.
I could do that.
Only 1 mile. Fuck yeah! Did you use all 3 already today, right now?
The mid one would be a little fucky.
Mid one?
Yeah, so like halfway up a tree canopy where it's like the map is like a bunch of branches, like sort of intertangled, kind of like walking on a bunch of like branch bridges and plant bridges.
That just sounds like that one jungle map that you ran as a one shot for me, Jamin, and Ash that one time. There's the rose. I know, Q. I'm sorry. God damn, the visibility is dog shit. Well, don't die to Pyramid Head, please. I have one more to cash in. Fingers crossed.
But we can also talk about it later today / tomorrow when we have the draw overs, and if you have a better idea on how to do it.
Not. I'm gonna talk to Wallace about it. What do you think Wallace says? Look into his eyes of infinite, non-existing wisdom. What do you think he says?
Not a single.
So you have to say something. That's not what his mother just said to you. He said it would say something.
He says, I have no thoughts on this. Is that not what he says? No better ideas.
Why? That's what he says.
Oh, he says why.
He says why. He says a singular word and it's why. Ah! No! I'm sorry. The RNG gods is not happy today. The RNG gods, you know, they flow with the menstrual cycles. The menses, guys. Loaf. It's on, so.
Why do we need them, or why are we asking you?
Both.
Okay.
Because that one's not in the job descript.
It's adjacent.
No. You know I'm gonna do it regardless, right?
Well, honestly, it wasn't true.
Well, you have no one else to do it.
Yeah, but like if we have a sit down and we look at them, and you know, between the two of us, we're like, you know, you're just like, it'd be better if you just did this, and I'd be like, okay. But we can look at it again once we have like the MS Paint and the maps, and it might be a place of just like, you know what, it'll just be faster for me to do this. But I at least wanted to talk about it now, so I don't drop it on you on Friday, because that would be rude.
That will be hella rude, but you already, but yeah.
Also, so
I could do it. If I can kit bash it and we're not gonna sell it, then it'll be fine.
This is not going to be in any product whatsoever. It is purely for a map for us to test creatures. It's just like.
Then yeah, I could do it. I could do it with the 2-minute tabletop stuff. So I could do that.
Yeah. The most exposure I was going to get is next, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. We want to do a playtest session with some like backers and stuff. What's the face?
I was like, why is this UV duplicating? Like, why when I draw on this UV, is it also over here? That means there's two of them.
Like two faces overlapping?
Yeah. Pretty sure that's what that means.
It's not like on the back side, right?
No, the backside is a different texture.
Yeah, that might be too. It's not mirrored.
Yo,
Yep, there's two.
yo, the UV space. The UV space. I wasted UV space. Shut the fuck up.
Essentially, so in 1.5 weeks, we want to use some stuff to test with outside people. So this coming Monday, we're going to test with internal people we know, and then we're going to do the same tests on like Saturday with external people. At least that's the hope, assuming people show up.
Did you already send out the form and stuff?
We have like the first stuff, but we need to send out an additional set of information.
Because you should send that stuff out a week ahead of time.
Yes, no, I agree. We want to send
Hi, Shadow.
We want to send it out this week. So Artie's working on the write-up for essentially like what our expectations are, what the timelines are, and stuff like that. I would like to have a conversation with you tomorrow just about like Google form stuff, because there was some more kind of advanced stuff that Marty was asking if we could
Like
do.
what?
Like, do you know if there's a way to do like a, you know, when you go to sign up for a doctor's appointment, you can like pick a time slot and a date. Do you know if there's a way to do that in Forms?
Why don't you just do
That's my only other thought was doing like a lot of like multiple choice questions.
yeah, why don't you just do a multiple choice question?
We could. Like I'm not if there's not like a clean way of doing.
That's pretty clean. I don't understand.
Okay.
Because like you shouldn't have a lot of time slots. It should be like 3 different time slots. Thank you for subbing with Prime Gaming Shadow for 11 months. Take a buddy from the rich. That's what we do here.
The fill out a time slot thing was more for like, trying to think of different ways for figuring out if there's a better day for us to run it than Saturdays, because what we have so far is like, it seems like most people that have responded to like our first survey are like, Saturday afternoon works for them, but we're trying to figure out if like, you know, for our European people, if there's like a time that would work for them better. And so it's like I kind of want to do like a, if we just say what time works for you, we're not going to get helpful information.
Why didn't you do the thingy that I told you then?
Which one is that?
This thing. Where like you create a thing and you make time and then like you do like an hour and then they can fill in when they want.
I honestly don't. If you showed me that before, I forgot, and I'm sorry. I did not remember that. Because I know we had a conversation like this before. I didn't remember that. Can you send me the link for that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll just give you the Google search so that way you can pick whichever one you want.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Scheduler.
I appreciate help.
I don't want to be that gal, but my mentees are making it so that I'm a little emotional, and I don't really want to do stuff I really don't want to do. It was duplicate. Hi, Flame. Hi, Flame.
No, that's fair. So, because like we're gonna be making the form, I just wanted to sort of ask for your help with.
Yeah, I said I would do this like a month ago, Dopo.
I know.
Just be real with me. Is being like, hey guys, are we doing this thing? And they're like, yeah, let's do this thing. And then I do it like a month ago. And then nothing comes out of it. And then you bring it up a month later.
Are you talking about the form that you made for us before? We did use that one. We did use that one, and it was very helpful. But we just were.
This was part of it, though.
We didn't do that part of it. We did a simplified version, because we just kind of did like a litmus test to see like how many people were interested and like if a few different time slots worked for them, and then but Hardy just wanted to know if there was a way of kind of like opening it up a little bit more, just to kind of as a litmus test for like if there are other times we should be looking at outside of
That's what this is. That's what this
yeah.
for.
No, you're right. Like this is we should do this.
That's what that for.
Yeah. I agree with you. I'm on the same page. So yeah, we'll use a tool like that. No, now it's like he wants to do that, but then the main thing is essentially a sign up sheet for like who's coming to the playtest and just kind of like a here's what to expect from it. Here's the
Sorry, Flame.
And just kind of like are you available? Yes or no? Would you like to come? Okay, you filled this time slot.
I want to be frank. These are simple things, in my opinion, that someone with some tech literacy could ask.
Oh, baby,
Hello, my name is Welcome on in. How was your Just Chatting stream? How's it going? What were you guys up to? What were you guys chatting about?
I'm not asking you to do it for us. It was one of those things where it's just like I wanted to let you know that we might talk about it and like
That's fair. Hello. Hi, Frank. Wait, who's Frank? But welcome on in, Raiders. No, thank you though. I don't have normal water. Thank you. No. Yeah, like cold, but not ice water. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. And so Ghost, but I'm ready when you are. I'm gonna seal me up and ready. All right, my wife is ready, so I'm just gonna hop in the call with her. Yeah, that's fine. Any of the neon pink ones are hers. All of them are not done, by the way. Yeah, what you doing? You said you were gonna be Frank. Oh, I forgot why I said that. I forgot why I said that. Oh my god, there's a hype train? What the fuck? What's happening? Bet mind if I jump with ya? Okay, I gotta jump in with my wife. I'm gonna save this as... No, I'm gonna save it because the thing that I did... But honestly, the idea that I had, I could optimize this better. Doing good. Just talked about hot men and Otome games. Hate to raid and run, but no, you're totally fine. Please, raid, rest. Please, go take care of yourself. Thank you for the raid. Have a wonderful rest of your day, night, or evening. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god! Hey, yo! Is that the sim? Is that the boy sim? What's poppin', my guy? How you feeling? How you feeling? How you doing? 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 You see it was hailing, bruh? That shit was crazy. Yo, gifting! Oh my god! Oh well, thank you for gifting a tier. What's up, the Puddle Cat VT? I don't believe that they're here right now, so I'm just gonna say thank you very much for them. But thank you. Yo, we're supposed to get well below freezing. The rain was spooky. Yeah, I think it's like raining now, isn't it? I don't really know. I just saw the hail, and then I saw a bird get pelted by hail. It's 50 degrees with 100%. I can feel my skin and lungs getting better. Ooh. UV mapper is what I want. Yeah, that looks way better in terms of texture density. All right, I'm going to export this, and then I will go get ready for collab, which you guys can hang out with me for. We're playing RV there yet. I'm very excited to play that game. I played it once. Okay, I'm going to go in here. Hello, Mew. I know you're doing salad prep, but I'm here. Almost a level 2 hype train. It is. It's very close, but I appreciate the level 1 hype train. We don't gotta get to that level 2. Goobers. Yeah, goobers. I just appreciate that you're here. I appreciate that you're here with me. This looks so bad because I fucked it up. Boop, boop. I'm just gonna fix this really quick and then we'll get on into setting up RV there yet. My eye itches. Oh, I'm 1000 built for this. You're built for the Pacific Northwest. There was like a meme that Pixel was telling me about how Pacific Northwest people in the Pacific Northwest are like lizards because they just exist in the moist. They exist in the moist. Let me fix this gradient as well. I don't even know if this gradient does anything. It does something on like the very bottom of this. Look like a girlfriend. Ooh, I see what I've done. Okay, I will fix this later. I'm gonna get too sidetracked. And it is 3 on the dot, so we should open up RV there yet. In February of last year, I got potential. What they told me was you were a boyfriend. Okay, we can have, like, maybe I'll ask Ghost to host, and then I can think of it bad, but how about Pixels? RV there yet done, and then I can host the model thing for WAF. Who would have guessed it? Would never know. Thing that I own. Host. Except return. It will be. Yeah, my ancestors are from the old European rainforest, so I would definitely do well in the Pacific Northwest. Yes. Join us. Join us in the Pacific Northwest. I can close this. It would not be good for my computer to keep that open. Not too late. It's never too late. I need my face tracking. There we go. Like how in Washington they have umbrellas, but in Oregon they're like, nah, fuck umbrellas. Exactly. We don't exist with umbrellas over here. I'm gonna run to class. Have a good class. Connected to Steam relay servers. Head bob off. Graphics. VSync on. Advanced. I think my computer will be okay with this. Apply back. Alright. I'm ready. Commotion. I'm ready. Commotion. Oh, I gotta change there. Okay. Now I just wait for my friends to get here. Oh, I could do the stream together. Close group. Hey. This world will never be. Bloop. If I don't belong. Copy. Alright, is stream together link. I guess I didn't have to close things right away. Cause it's not too late. It's never too late. Oh, there's still only 2 maps. Okay. I wonder if they did any updates to this game. That's not what I wanted. Would it be a discussion? Yeah, the last time they updated this was on the 16th, it seems like. I think I kind of want to turn the music off. Hello! You're a furry. Oh. I flicked you. Oh! A beautiful slut you are. Makes sense. Do you want to host a lobby? Okay. It's gonna be a great time. But whoever knows how to drive should be the one driving. I'm gonna just say that right now. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I was gonna say, let's just put it on Chems. It is cold. Hello. hands are fucking cold. Yum, 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 yum. My cut is cold. Hello. Yeah, let me invite you. Yes. Me. Here we go. Okay, I hosting. And I hosting. It was your mod, and I'll continue. I think I made the collab thingy. I think I did it. Yeah. Yeah. Here, maybe I can. Yup. Quit. Password. What the fuck? It says it has to be fucking 8 characters with at least one uppercase and one. Good lord. Listen, I get safety, but also. Would this work? Okay. Oh! Got a new phone? Oh, I'm glad you got a new phone. Seals and Sluts. The name of this episode is brought to you by Seals and Sluts. Okay, what about now? This should work. Yay. Hello. Oh. Are you putting me on the left or right of you? Okay. I think you have to put me like further from you. Okay. I just wanted to match it so it's samesies. All right. Ready on that front. Let me know when we're ready for the Invitorinos ghost. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, no, come back drinking. I realized chat could have heard none of that because I forgot to unmute things. That's okay. I'm trying to throw a dart at me, excuse me. Oh. Oh. Ow. Ow. There's a hat over here. This water looking fucking amazing. Going hard for no reason. Plain patty cake. I wonder if there are any other hats around here. I've never seen like this like summertime map. I've only seen a wintertime map. Yes, that is very fair. Why are you holding her like a toddler? Her bottom, because I can see her like little tummy triangle. It makes her look like she's wearing a diaper, and it makes me feel like you're holding my cat like a toddler. It cold. I have to change my hat. There we go. And then I'm ready. I gotta change my clothes. What? Huh. Yeah, sluts and seals. Sluts and seals. Where'd it go? Hey, don't. What the fuck? Oh, the walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie. Does this hurt you? No. What the fuck? Why did it hurt me? I guess we gotta load up the car. I'll mute while we wait for Mew, so that way we're rubby. Are we using in-game chat, or are we gonna... No, last time we used in-game chat, it was like broke, right? I don't know if they fixed it. Yeah. Grab burgers. Oh. Got a grill? What heals you in this game? I don't remember. Is coffee? Oh. The epipus. Epipus. I'm a no smoking sign right there. Is this a path to something secret? Yippee! He's illiterate. I got a nugget can. What's this do? I have asthma. Hey, wait for me! Wait for me! No! I be back out of figure. I didn't saw someone post that they got a crab tattoo where they're supposed to, where they're, oh, so they have to stab the crab. That's fun. Yeah, you guys gonna leave without me? I don't think so. Okay, sorry. I'm coming. I winched you guys to, no, a tree! No! No! I'll winch you guys to a tree again. Please, the incline, it's too high for my stubby little legs. Alright, I'm in now. You get stuck? That's alright. Cowboys didn't have licenses for their horses. So. Yeah, I think you just follow it. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, we just follow the road. Just follow the road. We're great. I'm stuck, I wonder why. So I do what I gotta do. I think there might be some loot up ahead. Yeah, to the right. Yeah, to the right. There might be some loot over here, maybe? Alright. If not... I picked up a board. Okay. No, there are boards. Oh. Yeah, you probably could go to the left instead. Like, go this way. I don't think. Horse? No, we need the RV. Where are we gonna sleep? There you go. Oh! We didn't need that. It was hard to see with it anyway. Hold on, let me see if I can get you hooked on something so we can get you out of there. Oh! That would be, I know the name, but I do not associate with them because, they support the crypto and NFT. The mango! The winch is kind of, I don't, I think the winch is stuck. Reset winch. There we go. I'll fix the winch. Wow, the glass on this RV in the front is just so clear. That would be awesome. Make a sweet tea redeem. Oh, I would love a sweet tea redeem. Wow. No, where are you? I'll come looking for you. Oh, I see you. Hello. You got them nugget can. You could probably eat that, make you feel better. let me just crack open a cold. Oh my. Let's see. Upgraded it. Go this way. I'm scooping out the path. That's fair. That's Tree's fault for being in the way. Yep. Just follow this road. Oh my god. That's okay. Where is there stuff over there? Oh my god. I was about to go out that window. Do any of y'all say bless your heart when you think of someone being dumb? Of course. Bless your heart. Bless their heart. There's a grill here. Ow, that was a snake! I thought it was a stick! Thought it was a stick. My legs are small. Moses tricked delayed. I've been tricked by the good Lord himself. It was a test. It was a test if I would reach out and grab the hand. We have a grill in the truck. I brought the grill. I brought a grill. Burgers. I gotta set up the grill. Fire up. There you go. Right there. I'll set up the grill right here. Oh. What? 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 What do you mean there are bears out here? Wait, do we want to cook up some burgers? Oh, the car's a little... Hey, yo, you ever had a banana and mayo sandwich? No. A little bit. Oh, this is disposable. Just making sure everything's all... Oh, one. There we go. Alright, I'm ready. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Alright, let's go. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, it's like the engine, so we need the motor oil. I'm yelling timber! Uh-oh. Oh no, I used it. Okay, good. Maybe my coworkers were pranking me, but they do seem to be putting mayo on everything. I mean, if you got plain-ass taste buds, it kind of makes sense that you put mayo on it, because it's the only thing that'll make your sandwiches, moist. Because people don't know they can put olive oil on it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, alright. The wind just said, get the remote. Get the remote. Pull us forward. Yeah, go in front. QP. I like QP. And why would you put Miracle Whip in that? There's a bear! That's a bear! I'm leaving. That's a bear. Oh god. Ow! Hey, good job, guys. Hey, good job. Ow. Let's cheeky little brave brand. I don't know. I'm gonna fix the car, though. Ow, I'm like poisoned? I think I'm dying. The bear heard what you said earlier. They want to attack us for our sandwich crimes. Speaking of sandwiches, this makes me want to eat my banana peanut butter one. Let's go! Alright. Ow, ow. Help! Help! I died. I was like poisoned. Thank you, friend. Ow! 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 Oh, I'm getting hurt because there's spiky plants on the ground. I keep running into them. I'm very hurt now. Okay. I wish I realized. Yeah, I might need to back it up and go to the right. Okay. Hi, Ray. Thank you for the vibe check. There we go. Follow my way. We need the hammer. I found it. Hold on. I got it. I got it. Good job, Stowayman. Can we get this roof back on? Okay, and then we can get the front. The engine can. Sorry. Get what? Oh, did you not already have it on like your phone? That's fair. If your old phone already had it on there, you can just transfer the license. We need motor oil. Ow, ow, ow! You have no more scrap. The mallet will do nothing. We need to screw the bolts into the... Oh, yeah, can I get picked up, too? Oh! What's happening? Please, I just wanna fix the tires. Wait, let me fix the tires. Me, can you pick me up again? Oh, wait, no, I got it. Okay, great. Alright, I'm ready to go. I'm ready. Alright, what's next on the map? We gotta go to the left. We gotta turn left? Yeah, we're getting there. There you, yeah, then, yeah, you just follow, yeah, we just follow the road. Yippee! Oh, I need you to look at the road. Yeah. I'll scold him. He hasn't given me money. Shams, what the fuck? We're supposed to be going on a nice family trip, and you're distracting the family by fucking leading us astray. We said we were leaving. I think we need a winch. Because we're like stuck. Witch! Alright. If we pull. Yeah, there we go. Oh! Ow! Oh, I'm dead! Oh, fuck, that hurt. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, who's carrying me? What's happening? Shems, don't do this. Oh, thank you. Where'd the remote go? No. Yeah. I don't know where the button is. Shems. I don't know. I died with it. Or I died like right here. I died like right here. Oh, I found it. Do we want to reverse it? It's not doing nothing. Oh. Wait. Toggle front, rear? Wait. What? It's not toggling. Here, you take the remote. I'm too illiterate for this. Oh! See, this is why wife's in charge. Oh! No, that was a... You know, that's the... you know when they let you test drive the vehicle. Wait, there's scraps in here. Wait, guys, there's scraps. Okay. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Alright, ghost. Yippee! Arizona. Tucson. I was fixing the tires. No, I need to fix that. Oh my god, the bear spawned. That bear got no eyes. He took my eyes. Oh my god, the car. Oh, the bear's chasing me. The bear's chasing me. Oh my god, he's yelling at me. Thank god I don't have stamina. Oh my god, the bear is on my asshole. He wants to eat this little seal butt. Get in the RV, get in the RV. Get no! No, please! Let me in, I'm panicking, it's making it worse, let me in. No, don't push me! Alright, let's go. Drive. Just gonna fix this door. Oh! Shems! Put me back in the car, I'm trying to fix it. You got this. Now you got this, you got this. There we go. This one right here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Nice instead. Good job. Ow. 10 out of 10. Never seen a better one. No, you're doing great, honestly. It's important to get everyone's opinion. You gotta go to the left. Yeah, we gotta cross. Woo! Oh, my butthole clenched. Alright, look at that. Look, you did it. Now I just gotta go right a little bit more. There you go, and you can go straight. And then there'll be a tight turn to the left. Yeah, that way, you gotta go that way. We gotta make a real sharp turn now. It's a real sharp turn now. I don't know, that's fair, that's fair. That's it. It's alright. It's alright. It's... Oh. Maybe I can, like, push it. Trusted. Yep. They're very nice. Very nice. Oh. Oh my. Oh. What are the? Oh, we need those. We need these. We need all of this. We need these. Scrap metal, and we need these poles. I don't know where we'll put the poles, but we need them. Excuse me, sir. Can you fucking do that? I don't want to be in the bathroom when you do that. I think we gotta put these on top of the RV then. Whoop. Yeah. Take this. Oh my god, it's so hard to go up these ladders. Please don't drink it this time. Ramp. I don't know if we need the ramps. I don't know what the ramps are for. Hobby horses. You know, sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, the pole on the horses, they'd really just get in there. Exactly. I don't know what to do with these ramps. No comment. Alright, we're ready to go now. I'm just gonna throw these back here. Sweats nervously. Alright, partners, we ready to ride. I think this is mud. Welcome back. I think we might need a winch. Yeah, we gotta go this way. We gotta go this way. Can I put it on? Yeah. I'll carry us through. I'll carry us through. Pull her forward. I think I put it back up on the thing. No. No, I'm sturdy. It's locked. I can't go anymore. Put me down. Put me down. And then. Where's the remote? Go get the remote. You got pull. Is it working? Is it working? No. You can put it to the tree that's behind us, probably. Can you get it out of my head? No! 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 You gotta take the winch out of my head! There's a winch in my scapula. Alright. Yeah, that looks right. me stay on top of the RV. Alright, I'll reset it. I'll reset it. I should close this door. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Here, then let's put it on this other tree then. All right, it's on there. There you go. There you go. Oh, there goes the door. Okay. We're going. Oh. We went up to the good Lord in the sky. That's where we went, fellas. We're so good. Ow. She's like, are you okay? Ow, ow, stop, ow! Stop. Stop yourself. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, there you go, there you go. You're doing good. You just gotta get back up on this rock. I'm gonna go look for some more scrap. Close the door. I mean, this could happen. Yeah, it's a good idea, I think. I'm gonna go look for some scrap. I see some scrap. I see some scrap. I see the mountain of scrap. Oh my god. I got lost. It's this way. That's what the pitons are for. The pitons on top of the RV. You can put those anywhere. Piton? Piton? We have 4 of them. No. I'll bring the windshield back. There you go. Just, hey, man. Screw it. Okay, do we have the piton or do you want me to grab it? Hey. Might want to pull it. Or pulled by the winch, yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Just gonna... Good job. I'm gonna fix the tires. Yeah, I can do that. No, we have no more scrap. Yeah, there you go, there you go, there you go. There you go, yep, 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 yep. Yep, there, yep, there, yep, you're there, yep, you're there. Good lord. No, 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 no. Push. Push it. Push it back. 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 Shams, push. 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 Oh, 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 oh. Probably power drill right there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got this. You got this. Alright. I got it. You got the remote? Alright. Well, hold on. Got caught on a rock. There you go. It's better. Yeah, it's better. I think we're good on the turning. And now just straight. Okay. Yeah. Yep, 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 yep. Forward, forward, forward. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, oh. Oh, yeah! Yeah! Look at us. I will go look for more scrap. Shems, this is a team. I found more scrap. All right, hold on. Somebody be ready. Yay, I got like a ton more. Hold on. There you go. I mean, I guess we could kind of go this way. Oh, I died! I ate a raw burger. Shems, help me. Why'd you throw me like a football? Oh, thank you. There's an extra winch right here. Take it. Give it. No, I can't. What happened to all of our scrap? No! No! All the scrap! Damn. Alright, there you go. Yeah. Go. It was pretty smooth driving. Just trying to run ahead. Yeah. Be careful, be careful. Try to stay to the right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. I like that we're all running behind the RV. Okay, I think you gotta take a ride up that mountain. Yeah, it's up. Yeah. I think we need to start using the pitons. How do I get? I don't know how to get. Yeah. No, you're not. If I am not strong enough, you are not strong enough, my guy. Hey, you wiggle. How far does the winch go? You let it go? You fucking put it on me, you! Right here? Right here? Got it stuck. Alright, I think I don't want to put it up too high. Not right there? Okay. There, place it on there. There you go. Oh my god! Ow. Yeah, I just flew a little bit. Forward drive! Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, you could. Wait. Alright, very good. Oh my god, you are sheer brute forcing this, and it's stressing me out. Hey, you did it! You did it! Just keep going to the rest stop. Oh, yes. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. Girl, you be everything you want to let me get up there. Hold on, sorry. There's scrap in the way that someone decided not to pick up. Alright, I think you should be good now. Please, for the love of God, please let us revive at this station. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Ow! Oh, I died. Help me, Shubs. Oh. Ooh. Thank you. Put me down! No! Ow! Asshole. Please, that hurts. I know, right? Alright, I believe. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Ow! I died again because of the snake. God, Jesus, that's snake. I'm gonna make some burgers. Release burger. Release burger. How do you cook burger? Oh, there we go. I'm cooking patties. Hey guys, I made some burgers if you want some burgers. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully this will heal me right on up. It did nothing. Ah, son of a bitch! I thought it was a stick again. I'd like to try to drive, or Shems could drive. Oh, alright. If someone could, like, just revive me, either at the tombstone or... Tombstone probably better, so we're not using all our epipens. Thank you. Put me down, please! Please, I've learned my lesson. Oh. My motor's got a little damage to it. What? What? No, I'm alright. There's like 2 6-packs of beers up here. Boop. Drink. You have that nice drink. You deserve it. After the hard work you did, yes, you deserve it. It's alright. It's alright. Little piggy dapping. I'm ready to drive us. I'm ready to drive us to our next location. Actually, let me look at the map before we leave. Alright, so... Yeah, and I'm not seeing the nest rest up, so I'm a little nervous, but, you know, we'll be fine. Everybody in the car? Is Shems in the car? Alright. Toggle engine. Press. Okay, hold on, wait. I haven't been the one driving, so I've had music on this entire time. I gotta turn the radio off. Alright, hold on. I gotta turn the sound up. Yeah, probably how it should be. I can't change my sound. Hold on. Okay, alright. Press toggle park is P. What? Hello? My game is frozen. Alright, yeah. I'll leave and come back. This is true. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Let me in the... No, let me in! Oh, Mom said I could drive! To the left? Wait, where... Oh. Okay, wait, now I got... Toggle... Wait, what? Oh... Okay. Oh. This is going... no. Wait, okay, and then... Yeah, then we're just gonna let it roll back, and then we're just... Yeah, there we go. Oh! Alright. Might get launched. That's a good plan, actually. That's a good plan. I'm gonna go at a turtle's pace. You just see Shems rip all his clothes off and run. Okay, wait. Press clutch and then reverse. Okay, and then do like 2. 1 was a little fast. 2 is really fucking slow though. Because the car was off. Have you learned, do you guys know I don't have my license? Like, I actually don't know how to drive a car. I keep pressing the toggle engine button. I like your instructor. What are we stuck on? We're stuck on something. Alright, we're just gonna... Oh, we're just gonna... Yeah, it's a loyal one. Okay. There we go. Alright. I do not like the look of that wood post. This wood post makes me unhappy. Well, I thought 1 was the fast one. Oh, is that how that works? Okay, I got this. Yeah, I got this. Okay, toggle engine. Then we're gonna go. You can repair it in the car. You can repair it inside the car. Oh, with the blue thing. If you have poison, then you gotta take an antidote. Yeah, can I help you? Can I help you? All right. We're all ready? Okie dokie. Oh. What? Hello, car? Do I have to be in the one? Yes. Oh my god! Oh. Oh, I thought so too. Oop. We didn't need those. Switch it up. Okay. Oh my god, yes. It's all in manual. It made the car slower. I think we're gonna do the same thing we did last time. Hey, we're fine. Now you just gotta winch it. Now we just gotta winch the front. And you could put it on the post.
Honk.
It was just a casual casualty that happens. Oh my god, Ghost. What about Ghost? Is everybody in? Alright. Someone fix the car, please. There's another one. Oh. I panicked. There was a bear. There was another bear that spawned in front of us. Alright, I don't want to drive anymore. Sham, do you want to drive? Oh. Wow. It says it's still going on my end. Yippee. Yeah, I'm glad the snake's still here despite everything. Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. Oh, we have an owner? Wait, hold on. We have an owner's manual? You gotta go. I think you gotta go left. Yeah, it's a sharp left. Yep. And then we'll be coming up on the bridge, which we could just winch to it if you want. Gotta get up there though. I can winch it. I died. I'm rolling off the bridge. No! Oh, no. You get that winch? It's locked. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mia, can you use the revive? Could you click on one of the revive things? Thank you. I want to fix the car. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Ow, ow. The absolute silence. Hey, no, please. Please, fix the car. Wow, this is actually really nice again, actually. Tat. Oh, we're stuck. We're winched on the backside. Shams has winched us. Are we there yet? Not yet. Maybe in like a month. Oh! This damned tree. This damned tree. Little varmint. Oh! Of course. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Don't forget to repair the ladder so we can get on the roof. Oh yeah, right over here. It'll like highlight. It should. It should. It should be like right here. Understandable. Ow, I died. Okay. Oh, God, Jesus. Alright, I'm here. I'm in the RV. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Shem's getting the... Yeah, everybody here. Everybody's here. Oh. Very nice. Sharp left. Yeah. I'll reset it. Want me to winch you to a tree? I gotcha. Alright. That's crazy. Oh. Oh, Mew. Oh, Mew. Oh, Mew. Oh. Never remote? Where did my remote go? I lost my remote and I got ran over. Yippee! There's a bear. Hey guys, you remember when where's the bread and cheese for the seal sandwich? There's no seal sandwich right now. We ate it earlier. Do we still got that bear spray? Or do we still got that bear spray? What happened to the bear spray? I mean... Yeah. Not, yeah, I can get in the driver's seat now. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, toggle park. There. Alright, I'm just gonna bring us on flat land real quick. Then we can reassess. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we will wait for you. We'll fix up the car while we wait. Screw up some bolts. You probably won't. Then I need to go home before it starts pissing. You run home, Vexed. You run home. Look around for some scrap. Is that scrap over yonder that I see? I'm gonna go back and check. I see something. Huh? Huh? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes! 5 scrap. And some motor oil. Yeah. I'm at the cabin currently. I'm at it. I just got us some scrap. This is cassette tapes. Oh! Almost missed one. There's one more now. Oh, I found another one. How lucrative this trip was. Roof. I'm coming. Who pissed off Jack Frost? Probably, or who pissed off God? Probably Jack Frost. Oh, why it's so cold. Piss and rain. Did I go the wrong way? I'm coming. Mom. I go the wrong way? Oh no. I have a cassette tape. Alright, well you just, actually, you know what? Start driving and then I'll hear the RV and then I'll find my way. Oh, I found it. Oh, and there's a bear. Oh no! I got rammed by the bear. Yeah, probably. Bear real mad. Where'd the bear go? He's underneath now? It's right there. I'm gonna fix the car so we have a little, just a little bit of something. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just winch it. Just winch it. Yeah, well, hopefully winching it will fix it. Okay, now I think if we winch it, it'll... Ow! You did the best job. Got this motherfucking snake in my motherfucking boot. Alright. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, but I will sit in the car. Oop. Hello, Ashton. Hello, sorry, I was in the bathroom. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've returned. Oh no, I'm also stuck. I will have to rejoin the game. Fuck. Fuck. Hey guys. I'm gonna go. You want me to go scrap hunting? Okay. I'll. Grab. I'm gonna go scrap hunting. So that way we can have some extra scrap. In the pit. Oh. This is true. This is correct. Correctamundo. Alright. Oh, fuck yeah! We need that shit. Happily squish myself for the entertainment. Alright, we have fucking 14 scrap, guys. We're kind of cooking. We're kind of cooking this time. I will look around for more scrap. Between Miyu and Ghost's communication skills, Shems's bear skills, and my scavenging skills, we got this. Gonna get a little more scrap and I'll be there. Stone bear. What do you mean you're dead? I'll get Shems. I'll get Shems. Did you fall all the way down? Shems, did you fall like all the way down there on the bridge? The bear fell down off the bridge, though, I'll tell you that. Under the bridge? On the bridge. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. All right. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. We have to be very careful. Yeah, I'm gonna help repair. Okay, I got it then. Okay, and then just one more. Okay. And then I'll fix the tires. No, we're fine. Okay. Yeah, see, we're golden. Fix up the motor. Yeah, we're fine. I'll go see if we can get some more scrap. I think so. I have 8 on my screen. Uh-oh. Very nice. Did you guys get the scrap from down there? Yeah, we got the ones that we grabbed. Boop, 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 boop. Then, yeah, we can winch it. Do a little bit of both. Alright, I'll be on bear duty. It is. Oh, yeah. Yep, good. Yep. Yay! Alright. Okay. I'm gonna go look ahead. Oh, goodness. Oh. Huh, this next drive is a little steep, but we trust in Grammy. Yes. Yes, and it's gonna be a little steep, But we're gonna slowly take a right. Yep. And then we're gonna slowly turn to the right. There you go. There you go. God, this game has no right having the water look so nice. Yeah, they have no fucking eyes. They took my eyes. Oh. Yes. Boop. Winched. There you go. There you go. Oh. Oh, there's a gas station? Yep. Yep, just follow. Oh, you just ran over the poor moose. Oh. That's fair. Do you have anything cool in here? I have another winch remote. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think at the top. Oh, no cassette tape? Another cassette tape? Yeah. Yeah, Jess, can you fucking not be a little fucking gremlin right now and steal the fucking thing? Okay. Oh, okay. Let's go. You're the best driver. Yeah. Woo. Oh, and another EpiPen. Very cool. We're doing a very good job. Oh. Okay. Alright. It's our moment. Come on. Alright, this next part might need a winch. But yeah. I'll be the wincher. Woo! Nope, there you go. Okay, cool. To the right. Oh my god. We're good. We didn't need those. They were just making the hitbox bigger when you think about it. Yeah. You know, it was just making our hitbox bigger at the end of the day, you know? this? Found a landmine? I'm coming. Fuck yeah. Alright. We need to be super... Wait. I don't... Yeah. This way might be better because there's no landmine. Private property. There's a hat. Some glasses. Metal. Motor oil. A backpack. Grab this motor oil. I'll go fix up the motor. And Ghost, if you want, you can get out of the RV and go pick up some hats. Like. Nice. Shems, when are you gonna start contributing to this RV trip? There's like a sliver more that's like not. Where is it? Oh. Yeah. Wait, what if I throw this at it? Wait, where is it? Oh. I missed. Now stay on the left side. Oh. Where? Hey. You fucking, no. Hey. I see it. Oh. Yeah, if you throw the thing at it. Oh, thank God. Actually, oh, okay. Nice. Alright, we do gotta put those boards on the platform. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright. I think it's gonna crush it. Oh, there's bounces on it. A little bit. Oh, sorry. gotta like flip it, like put it below it and then push it. Put this back on top of the RV. Ooh. The tire's good. Yep. Yum. Yep. There you go. Oh. Oh. I don't think we can reach it. Fuck yeah. You got this. Oh, no, you got it unstuck. You good? Yeah. We're good. You can put it anywhere that's wood. Yeah. There you go. Where did you die? Okay, I'll do it. There you go. Yeah, buddies. We did it. I got him. No, you got it. You got it. I'll get it. How are we supposed to go? Oh, I see. Woo! Let's go. We're so cabin. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll do the tires. There's a melon hat at one of the other cabins as well. I don't know if it's different. This is gonna be great. Good, strong if. I'll go send her. Back her up and send her on over. It's a deep. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. More scrap. Yeah, you assessed it. I think I'm. Ow. I think I'm stuck in a hole. Yeah. Want to get the scrap. Oh. I goaded up. Oh, Shem's got the hat. Good job, Shams. You can just reset it and then it'll be fine. Come on, boy. I'm gonna... Alright. Should we, like, repair everything, though? Like, just in case? Okay. Yeah. Oh, weird. Maybe, like, desynced. Alright. I closed the door. I don't wanna. Ow! Uh-oh. Because I wasn't sitting, I died. Oh my god! No! Please, please, please. This is my response. I will float away in the water. Oh. Oh, yeah. I think it did. I mean, hey, we did a pretty damn good job. Hello, Gore. We're actually getting quite far, like, compared to when we played this the first time. Okay. Wait, you guys left without repairing the RV? The blue stuff? The blue side? The blue one's like the framework. We gotta go work. Okay. That was beautiful. Yeah, I'm down. Sounds good. Okie doke. I'm down to go for like another hour, which I bet we can finish this. I actually don't know how long this game is. That's cool. Alright. Got all the stuff. I think we got all the stuff. Oh. What's up here? Alright. Okie doke. Okie doke. Chat, we're gonna go look for scrap. We're gonna go look for secrets. I'm gonna run around on the map. We're gonna look for secrets. Let's go see what we can find. Cause like I feel like this map is too big for it to just be nothing. Nothing. That's where we were earlier, I think. Where am I gonna explore to? Yeah. Actually, this might just be one big windy area. I think I'm also lost now. Jump in. I feel like there could be like a secret around here. I might be lost now. No. Smoking makes you faster, apparently. No. I guess there are no other secrets. At least maybe not. Maybe not in the area that's not along the road, I guess. There's so much. There's so much land. Makes you want to explore. Or at least it makes me want to explore. I'm gonna try the jumping puzzle while I'm over here. Oh, this scrap. That's crazy. Oh, is that the scrape? Scrape? The scrap that was in the hole? I wonder? Could have been. Yeah, because there's so much scrap in the hole. Okay. Oh. 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 What is this? Alright. Woohoo! I did it. Woo-ha! Oh, this is gonna hurt, isn't it? Ow. Where'd my other can of nuggets go? There's room over here somewhere. At least I thought I did. Where'd my can of nuggets go? Ow. Is that my can of nuggets? I'll eat this one since I'm hurt. Oh, it's a cassette tape. Welcome back. Okay. Wait, he good as in like he want come, or he good as in like? Yeah, hold on. I'm in a hole. I went on a treasure hunt, and it led me to just scrap, and then I did the jumping puzzle like Shems did, and I got the watermelon hat, and I keep breaking my knees. Why can't I get back up? How did I do it before? Give me this hat. Do you have the watermelon hat, me? Classic road trip mistake, leaving your watermelon on mysterious canyon stick platforms. Exactly. Ugh. And now I can't get out of the fucking hole. Ow. Let me back up. Good job. Why am I just falling? I did this earlier. This hole is not seal approved. Wait, are you still at the gas station by any chance? Okay. Okay, that's fine. I will get out of this hole. Could you? I died. Oh. That's alright. You know that hole that I died in last time? Or that I jumped out of last time? That's where I was. Oh, damn. I'm glad oak. What's up? I died. Oh, that's a better idea, actually. Yeah, let me do that. Me when I fall into the Grand Canyon on a family road trip. Help! Help me, yo! Oh, cool. I spawned in the RV. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Alright. Yep. We're all here. Bye, me. Yeah. Oop. Oop. Oh, thank you. Teamwork. Let's go. Alright. I wonder where our final destination is. Okay. Light says, Mew, the salad was a great idea for dinner. Salads are really nice. They're nice and refreshing. It's okay. Yum. No problem. No problemo. See if we can. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, all right. I can run up ahead. It's this way. Yeah. Yippee! Motor oil and scrap. And bear spray. Chicken and fries. Hello, Rainer. I'm coming. Bring in some motor oil. Ow, I hit myself in the face with the door. Some oil. Yeah, I was gonna be like, oh no. That's okay. Yeah. We can't do this grand jump without... I'll put some boards on the platform. Mm-hmm. Yippee! Let's go! On the kisses. I'm in lesbians. Redo this one. Wish I could have made this a triangle. Mm-hmm. Is there? Okay. Oh, I missed. I missed again. Huh, what? Oh, What the fuck? Jesus Christ, delayed. Oop. It's pretty good. Just getting that last board on there. There you go. We're good. Alright, let's get up. Oh. That's right, we can go around. Yippee! Wow. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright, wait, let me get in that car. Alright, is everybody in the car? Cusp. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I didn't get was this bear spray. I'll get that just in case. Bologna. Oh my god. Maybe I didn't grab the scrap from the house. Oh, this one's different. It's a different house. Yep. I was venturing while you guys took a break. Yeah, use that. Yeah, use like all of it so I can get across. Is anyone poisoned or anything? Anybody need any health? Or one of the windows. Very nice. Good job. Yeah, get in a seat. The game does not like it if you are not in a seat. Alright, let's do this shit. Woo! I didn't time that with Freebird right, but we did it. I just gotta back it up a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, right? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah! Hello! We did it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are seals. It's okay. Seals and sluts. Oh, true. My wife is a goddess. She can be whatever she wants to be. And Ghost is a ghost, so they could be whatever the fuck they want to be, too. Oh, no wonder you're so adoring. Yeah. They're very pretty. I'm gonna put it on Miyu's head. Oh no, I'm gonna make it look like you're holding. Ghost as a shrimp. Seeing Ghost light up and say, I do, as a shrimp is so fucking funny. Alright. Wait, where the fuck are we going now? Yeah. Oh, well, we won't eat you because you're special. Yeah, that's a mood. I'm gonna scout ahead. I can't change. Yeah, this is like pretty clean path, so kind of. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. Makes sense. Yeah. Mmm. Cute. Ooh. Cute. Left. Sharp left. Oh, actually, I don't. Yeah, go whatever way you want to go. Yeah, it all leads the same, I think. Let me see the map here. Yeah, it's a little hard to read, but I think no matter where we go, it'll be alright. Yeah, I think you gotta take a sharp left. Nah, I don't know either. There's like a little circle with the gas station. That's our next checkpoint, but I don't know what the end goal is. You got this. You got this. You got this. Yeah. Faith. Very nice. Very nice. Now we're just in, you know, a nice little canyon. Now we got nothing to worry about. Yeah. Yeah, on God, when we played the ice mat, I was like, You go up and, yeah, up, and then we were taking, like, kind of like a left. Like, yeah, with the road. That's fair. And I would take a right. So, it's in one of the things? Alright, I think it's winching time. Oh my god. Oh no, is my game borked again? Oh god damn it. I'll tap. Yeah, I just, sometimes I just won't let me, like, it'll let me move around, but like, it's not registering my mouse. Yeah, I have to restart my game 1 second. Oh god. Could just winch it. It's making you run. It's just making you run away. Do you want that third board? I'll grab it. Oh. Okay. Ow! Put it in the middle. Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice. Alright. You want to winch it? I gotta pick the wrong thing. So. There. To your... Yeah, alright. Alright, just in case we winched her up, but... Should be good. Yeah, the boards are pretty damn good. Well... Pull the back one. Oh! Oh yeah, you could. Yeah, if you want. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I'm coming. These snakes are gonna be the end of us. I'll take care of the wheels. Yeah, you just gotta glue it back together. I wish we had duct tape for things. Like, maybe it's, like, not as good, but, like, the duct tape could, like, hold things together for just a little bit longer. That'd be pretty cool. Alright. Fuck off, snakes, man. Ooh. Alright. You want a little bit of repair? Just like one? Yeah, okay. I'll give you a little bumper in the front. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Alright. I'll sit next to you. Send her. Ooh. Oh. Ow. Fuck yeah. Hold on. Let me fix them tires. Let me fix them tires right on up. Hold on. Alright. Oh, fuck yeah. Alright, perfect. Oh my god. God, why is it so slow? It keep looking like a stick. Alright. You repair that bad boy. Ow. Ow. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Hi, Boggy. What? Okay, this part is good. Because we can, like, winch it. Did you die? I don't like that he doesn't fucking have eyes. It bugs the shit out of me. Hey, bear. Oh my god, they are! Ew! Alright, I got the bear off, yeah. Yeah, we're playing RV there yet. It's like a driving sim. Where did he run to? Oh, okay, bye. Okay, bye. Oh, poor baby. Damn, the bear is awesome. They took my eyes. Alright, you gotta go up this left way. Or the right way. Yeah, they just try to take a nap underneath the tire, you know? Oh, gotta go this way, which is pretty smooth. I'll go lay down the boards, I think. Yeah. Fuck. Jesus, those snakes. I don't know. Ow! I'm dead. These motherfucking sticks. Be careful. There's a stick. Thank you. Oh, I see him. You fucker. Thank you. Alright, I think we're good. Yep. Okay. Yep, good job. Are you okay? Die. You die. Got you. Yeah, you just go straight this way, yeah. And get ghost. Ghost. Oh, an EpiPen just for you. The piton. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Get some of the... Just oh so gently. Yeah. You look it up close? I can't get to the roof. Gotta get to the roof. 'Cause I need the... Trustin'? Oh, yeah! So smart. Oh, this is so smart. That stone right there, I think is the only, yeah, let's put it right here. So it's like the tippy top of this one. Thank you. Alrighty. I'm just gonna see if we have any motor oil before we leave. Motor oil, no motor. Ghost has such a big old brain. No, I don't often listen to him, to be honest with you. That's very unfortunate. I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Alright, Mew. I think I could... we might need another one then. Let's put this back. Put the... Yeah. Let me just see if I can get up there. Let me go get that board again. Ooh, okay. Alright, I'm coming. How the fuck did you get up there? Oh, we're goading it, I see. You are... right? Oh, that's fair. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. I was gonna grab it and then Mew went for it and I was like, yes. Well, it is. Okay. Alright, there you go. Alright, yep. Oh. Ah! No! We were so close! Motherfucker. Where are we? Alright. Yeah, one more try. Where are we? No, don't leave. Don't leave. Me and your scrap. There's so much fucking scrap. Hold for the scrap. What sound? Oh, I don't know. Alright, let me just... No, don't leave yet. The framework, please, Ghost. They set us up for success, Ghost. Alright. Ghost, you're just itching. Trigger finger on the fucking pedal. Pedal to the fucking pedal. This fucking line. All right. Yep, we're good. Get in the car. I will fix it. We're gonna do the good old college try. We need everything to be fixed. Good job. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I'm the wincher. I stay on the outside. I'll Winchester stuff. All right, let's go. Thank you for the send-off, Sim. Yeah. Hey, Ma, look, no hands. Mama, where are your hands? Mama, left. Mama, mama. Yeah, fuck it. You got this, you got this. That is a nice little touch. This is what you chose. Elaine just in the back smoking packs. There was stuff here. I got that all on camera. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Smoke fast. Smoke fast. Alright. Huh. Alright. Smooth cruising now. The voices. Anxiety Simulator 101. You're a great driver. No, like we can see, on God, you can see so much better without all that, you know? It's actually kind of better. I think that's the most peaceful part of this, because the canyon doesn't really do a lot, it's just a canyon. A little wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. You remind me of that TikTok. La, 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 la. Oh, my. Might be more hassle than it's worth. Yeah, you're going back. Oh, okay. I mean... Wait, hold on. Yeah, fuck it. Go. Come on, little doggy. Come on, little doggy. I'll get the winching patrol. And go to the left, yeah. This way. Yeah. Oh. I want to winch ya. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah. Crazy that people wasted time paving mountains passes when this was an option. Exactly. Okay, hold on. Let me fix her on up a little bit. The pitons? Okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Okay, I'm good. We're so good. Yeah, I'll fix the car. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Alrighty. Ghost is such a big brain, bruh. You can't on my screen. If you just like lean down, you can kiss Ghost. Other way. Okay. There you go. Okay. Oh, okay. Fuck it. Okay. 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 Wait, hold on. Okay. Rude. Oh! Approbate. Yeah. This is a funny thought that I don't want to think about. Well, let me fix the tires. Yeah. Femme fatale. Oh, there you go. Okay. Alright, let's go. Sit right here. That's alright. Let me go make sure. Oh, I got it. Alright, there you go. Wait, don't leave without me, wait! Okay, we're good. I'm in, let's go! I don't know, bro. The fuck are we going? Oh, we should have landed. If we landed on the other side, that's like actually the path. So like if we would have just went like this way. Oh, do we need to go that way? Oh, shit. Oh, we can try to repair. Wait, we gotta go the other way, though. Yeah, we gotta go behind. Oh, thank you. At least it's got good visibility, right? At least you can see pretty good. What is happening? Oh. Oh, I see. Here, I can... I'm stuck on her ass. You're okay, I'm good. Yeah, you know, we ride or dies, you know? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, thank you. Look at that, beautiful. This is like a true, like French architecture right here. I feel like I've seen this before. I feel. I feel like I'm going through deja vu. Feel like. Oh, 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 oh. Holy shit, yo! It fucking worked! Just a little bit. Just a little bit! I love the tra-la-la, la-la-la-la, la-la-la, la-la-la-la. We're gonna winch it. Yeah, I got the front winch. I got the front winch. What do you mean? We had 2 of them. Snake! Oh, Jesus! God, these snakes in this game. There's another snake out here. Fuck off. I'm coming. Yeah, you can kind of like ballerina on them. Yeah, they're pretty fun. Whee! Uh-oh. Anything down here? Hey, what's up? Full send. Oh, you gotta release the back, I think. The back is locked. There you go. I love the slow descent and the oh no. Okay. All right, one. Okay, well listen to. Listen. Ghost has an idea. We got. I hear the Delulu in this command, so I want to hear what happens. We're here for the bit. This is the bit. Oh my God! Go! You've been staring at that foggy hole for a while, huh? Oh, Mew. What are you doing? What are we doing? You're not gonna throw me in the hole, are you? You're gonna... Ah! Oh shit, this is far as fuck. Go, see if you can land on us. Oh my. The attraction. Oh yeah, if you left click, you can see Ghost's view. Don't worry, guys! Ghost to the rescue! Oh, Jesus Christ! God damn. Uh-huh. Foggy, dank, and dark holes. Up. Excuse me. Wait. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Very nice. Very nice. Thank you guys for playing. Yeah, thank you for RVing. I didn't know we could RV. Yes. I think the there is the friends that we made along the day. Yes, very much so, very much so. And yes, that was weird. I don't remember that being in the game. Oh God damn, that bear scared. They say spooky. You gonna haunt my dreams. Those fucking snakes, man. But thank you guys for hanging out. Maybe we could do like some peak next week. We haven't played peak in a little bit. We could play some peak. All right. Maybe if you think of. Well, yeah, I was literally about to say, Ghost, if you, my favorite ghosty babe, have any preference on what we do, let me know. Oh. Yeah, there's 3 S's. Oh my god, it's still an S. It's a seal, and a shrimp. Alright. We could all be seals. Do you want to be a seal? I will get you the seal. Yeah. Here, I'll put Ghost in the middle of the screen. Hold on, wait, let me make it big. It's okay. No, now you can't be left out because you're like the biggest thing on my monitor right now. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's so cute. I love it so much. Oh my. Sweet. Oh my god, Sweet Home Alabama's playing. Sweet Home Alabama. All right. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, hold on. It's like transform. What is the hotkey for it? There is none. Look at that leg. This is so slow. I'll just shake it. Shake it. You want to do that next week? If you. Okay, then we can do that next week then. LS trials next week. LS trials. Okay, all right, sounds good. Alrighty. Yeah, you can. That's how that. Yeah, that's how I do it. Yeah. I'll get you the seal then, and then we can all be seals. Yeah. Alrighty. Radioactive seal from Walmart. Wait, do you want me to get you shrimp or seal? Because I have both. Oh, okay. I don't think it's free. But then, okay, then I'll just get you the seal then. I'll buy you the seal. Buy you the seal. It's okay. Yeah, shush. We gotta be hot seal lesbians. Yeah, we can be like a Berber. I mean, if you want. Only if you want, though. But all right, chat. I'll be right back. I love you very much, and we're gonna do some work. But I'll be right back. me see what the day list be looking like. Let me turn back to normal as well. I like being small when I am in collab. So we got a little bit of work to do. All right. Hello, Star. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. Let me also center face tracking. There you go. Right, I was gonna check what the day list would be looking like. Yeah, I'm down for this. Losing my marbles because I got so much to do. What do you gotta do? Or, like, I guess, like, would it help to, like, talk about it so you can, like, kind of more visualize it? Or do you just want me to be a goober? My roommate broke our fucking toilet. What do you mean they broke your toilet? Where are you gonna go poop? Where are you gonna go poop? Where do you poop if that is broken? Can you use your neighbor's bathroom? Oh, I shouldn't have changed that back yet. Yeah, let me just copy this. And then worky video editing. Then Minecraft. Or art. Probably art, actually. Excuse me, how is this physically possible unless it was intentional? I gotta go to the first floor. Oh, ew. I hope that it is not gross. Done. Put a maintenance request. That is good. I'm sorry that they broke it, though. I gotta do this really quick. Bow, bow, bow. Then video editing. Listing things would help? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I understand, like, you know, listing and talking about those things could help. Like, just, you know, kind of help you calm down and, like, rationalize all of it. Re-rents and no maintenance costs. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, because you had the dorms, technically, so. This one. Like, tonight, for sure gotta focus on animatic for 3D animation, which is just a ball and environment I already made. Okay, okay, so you got an animation thing to do. I clicked on the wrong input. Okay, that's all good. Shower's in a separate room. At least that's fair. I would, yeah, at least it's in a separate room. Otherwise, I would kind of suck. Because then, like, you wouldn't be able to use either. And that would be real shit dingus. I feel like BLT's kind of far away. Let me just reload them. There you go, buddy. Yeah, I won't. Here, let me set that now. I turned my light off. Marketing, upload file, video editing. I'm building this one. I think it's this one. Delete the other ones. I don't upload the wrong one. Also, if I'm lazy, I can still piss without leaving. Then that's fair. As long I'm not gonna comment, but that's fair. It's for the week. I can't entire week. Okay, there we go. And then I just gotta edit my videos really quick. Just wanna do. Oh, we have to play Roots Devour today too. I have to play that today because I promised. Or at least that's part of the content deal is that I do that. Because TikTok is not connected to Keymailer like I thought it was, which is fine. I should check my email if that got fixed or not, but I will do that in a little bit. Clip operations, replace. Roots Devour. Beautiful people, the beautiful people. Oops. Operations replace. Pew. Save. Move. Ew, my mouse is like lagging. Oh, why is there so many text options in here? Okay, there's only 3. Which, that doesn't look like the ones I want. There we go. Workspace, workflow, and erase and some captions. I think my mouse is caught up now. Normal text. Create phrases. Oh, oops. And then I do not have Brave open yet in case something is spelled wrong. I just want to copy and paste it. And I'll look at that later. Might start on Pixels' cabin today. If we get to that on stream. If not, I'll start it off stream. There we go. Check mark. Change cover. Boop. Save this one. Thank you for a wonderful time, my love. And thank you for the check-in. Like, if I ever get the chance to DM or play, I'm sure I'd love it. And here, we do have an upcoming session where we come play with there we go. And then I gotta go to my account. Boop. Yeah. Alrighty. Now I go here. I can close this group because I have a lot of groups open. And now we're gonna go to this guy. Extend your roots. Imbibe fresh blood. And expand without end. Let's see. Roots Devour is a strategic exploration game centered around a card connecting mechanism. Drive your frenzied roots through swamps and over frozen mountains, invading humans. Human cities instead of settings. Cities until the darkness descends. Explore 4 distinct regions. Balance research management. Deck building puzzles and threats. Counter diversity of humans. Choose to remain a silent observer or intervene in their lives. Build bonds with up to 7 key characters. So let's devour. What are you waiting for? Get devouring. Okay. Go back up, and then I just want to make sure roots did. It's this one. You make. Yeah, it added an ER, which is what I was worried about. Alright. And then create phrases. Send your roots, imbibe the flesh, and expand without N. Exploration game centered around a card connecting mechanism. Drive your frenzied through swamps and over frozen mountains. I think that's all good. And then just make sure that this is on default. And then we're going to create. I don't think I've heard this song before. I do know this song. Clips. Okie dokie, and then here, and then let me grab Roll for Fun, Rinse Devour, this one. I like that. That was pretty cool. And then stop me alone. Stop saying my name. I'm sorry. It's part of the game name. I'm sorry. I won't say it anymore. I already got all the clips in. They're good to go. I promise I won't say it anymore. I promise, okay? I promise. It's not my fault. That's what the game is called. You could turn. Oh shit! I'm sorry. My bad. I forget that it's on. My button's broken. The button's broken. Fuck. Hold on. Why are you broken? I have a button specifically to turn it off and on. Is it not working? Oh, I remember why it's not working. There you go. I was jamming to that Metallica, though. Yeah, you can still have the Metallica. You have the Metallica, don't worry. I promise I won't. That's why you heard it. Well, I was also kind of saying it, so I guess, like, yeah. Each their own, I guess. Okay. And then I was thinking of something and now I've forgotten. Yeah, edit label. I gotta get the music for this one. Horror ambience. What about this one? This one worked for me. Roll for fun. Oh, actually, yeah, I'll download it on this computer. Hold on. Looked at Facebook and it has a built-in data. It does, and it's weird. I don't like it. Data's weird. Hold on, there's some games on here that I'm kind of interested in looking at. Okay. I had like 7 of them, even though I never opened. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't like it. I don't like it. Hey, Elaine. Is that my boy Density? Yo! Guys, shout out. Hold on. Fuck, I'm on the stream PC. Hold on, I gotta do it this way. Yo, shout out to Density. That's a homeboy right there. That's a homeboy, guys. Follow Density if you haven't. They're fucking amazing. They make music. They're the sickest person. One of my first friends in VTubing, and I really enjoy seeing you here. So hi. When I think it was bait notifications, it won't tell me what they were. Oh, fuck. Yeah, probably. With how Facebook is, bruh. How meta is, I believe it. But we love Density in this household. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I don't know why you're laughing at me, but it's okay. Always a pleasure. I appreciate. Hope we're having a good day. Hope life has been going smoothly for you. Missed you, bud. Oh, the music's so loud. Go down. Down. Okay. Delete empty tracks. I just remembered a work thing that I do want to try out. But after I opened it to see what it was, I got like the most cursed. Did you take a screenshot? Please tell me you took a screenshot. I want to see. Saturn. What the fuck? Dude, that's the fucking strangest pull. What do you mean? What do you mean it looks like Saturn devouring his son? Sorry. I feel like I got goaded into saying that. I'm sorry. I don't feel like that's my fault, though. I feel like that one wasn't exactly my fault. I'm looking. I see it and I don't like it. Why does he have so many roles? No, I see it, but it's like, why does he have so many roles? Like, he's not a big guy, you know. He looks like, you know, he might be somewhat tough, but like, okay. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to be mean. And I think my expression said enough. Entity. Okay, other. Lane says he looked tough. I mean, he got the thing in his like shoulder region, I guess. He's like trying to flex. That was my expression. That's a selfie. All in that position. Hold on. But my question is, why he does a little bit. But why is there an emoji on the phone? What is he trying to hide behind that phone? God damn, I cannot keep looking at that. That it's making me upset. Out of all the things. Contest. Ugh. 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 Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Oh. I actually quite like that play title. This one. Continue. Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping I could just dismiss it for today, but it doesn't look like it, so it'll let me do that, but that's fine. Shit. Yeah, I did the thing that paused me for a second. Okay. You need to go away. We will play you in a second. I just gotta do Vibe and Shine now. My head got a little dizzy there for a second. And subtitle track. Oh, no, I already have sound capture option. Refresh. Subtitle 2. Transcribe audio. There we go. And now I just need to look through it and make sure all the words are okay. I guess that's what this is for, right? Oh, I didn't click. Oh. Did on a new track. Him that I want to share with you. Is this like, I said I said no. Life is full of mistakes. Like this pickle dog. But the important part of making mistakes is that you learn from them. Like how I want this one to have more exclamation points. Like how this little dude would probably learn not to eat this wandering Jew the next time he's zooming around the house. But I mean, look at that face. How could you ever be mad at a face like that? So your face is like that. Look at this. This is Gumbus. A face that Gumbus will make if you're mean when to yourself when you make a mistake. So nice to be mean to Gumbus's friend. And that's a bona fide fact. So no matter what mistake, big or small, don't be just learn from them. Boop. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on. Sorry. Create captions. Oh, the formatting. So that is just technical. This is the Vibe and Shine text. Oh, it's because I deleted it. Okay. Okay, and then the problem with this text, which I'll just scoot over here just so I can see, is that this needs to be down here. And then snap captions this one, put this back over here. We're going to, rename this. We're going to remove selected clip. And then we're going to, god dang it, I just want to rename it. Okay, not that one. No, this one. There you go. Okay, cool. Just gonna bring all these out. Yeah. Bring this out. And then we can make this smaller. We can close this now because we won't need it. Wait, was that? Did I turn that off for this? I did. Okay, we're good. This guy. Let me replace this. Oop. Clip operations replace. Boop. Perfect. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna take a tall picture and place that with this one. This one. Clip operations replace. This one's a square one, so we'll do this one. We might flip that one though. And then clip operations replace. Look like a nice shower at the end of the day. Oh god, that was me like yesterday. I really just wanted a nice shower. So I just kind of got a nice shower. Okay. This one's got a flip. Cat. Yes, take more pictures of the cat. The cat? Wait, which cat? Which cat? I like this picture of Mort. It's a good picture of Mort. Oh, thank you for the song request. Alrighty. Oh, I don't like that it's not centered. Open crop top. Oh, ooh. So a picture of a black cat. Oh, you mean Gumbus? There's a picture of Gumbus. Hold on, wait. This Gumbus. Gumbus. Okay, pickle dog. Pickle dog. Yeah, this little dude. Yeah, name it Gumbus. Just a little guy. The plantain view. Pickled hot dog? Yeah, pickle hot dog. I'm talking about this vibe. The vibe of this one is making mistakes in life, and I think the pickle hot dog is a mistake, but you know, as long as that guy learned from it, it's fine. It's one of the songs that plays in my head when I'm out in the woods and the swamps. That's fair. That's some hella main character energy, though. I'm gonna be honest. Not mad about it. Just saying. Cool. I love the swamps. I don't think I've ever really been in a swamp, but I love the aesthetic of the bayou and the swamps. That's fine. I just need to fix. I need to fix this now. Boop. I've been in a few. They're very rare now. Why are they rare? Is it because of global warming? I didn't know they were getting rarer. I guess like global warming, warm up the earth, less swamp. Makes sense to me. Ooh, really? Aw, I'm sad. God darn you, Vex. God darn you, Vexed. How could you do this? Oh, there you go. This one, browse. Video editing. Not that folder. This folder. Render queue, render all. This song's by the Smashing Pumpkins. I did not know that. Alright. That makes sense. That makes sense. Damn, that sucks. Oops. No, it goes up here. Boop. Southeast Michigan used to be a massive swamp that was likened to the Amazon, and colonizers drained it through the to grow fucking corn. Which then causes man, we're in the wrong timeline, chat, huh? That's alright. We'll learn someday. Alright. I'm gonna... If I schedule these now, I won't have to... I kind of just want to schedule them now because it's not that late. I think I'm just gonna do that really quick. Planning. We're gonna start with TikTok. This one. These two. A lot of nature that we must protect. Agreed. Alright, so this one, we're gonna start with... We're starting with Vibe and Shine on Saturday, so we'll do this one. And then the title for this is... Brain Thinky, real good. I don't... I have that in here. Oh, and Elaine, fun fact, the Everglades are a very wide and slow river. Interesting. I didn't know it was slow. I don't have Vibe and Shine here. And also, so fucking pretty. What is your favorite part about the Everglades? If you had to pick one. Latest. Oh, yeah, okay. I really gotta go back and, like, update the thumbnails on these. That's, like, a mobile thing, and I don't really want to do that right now. Description. 60. This one's 60. 60. It's a 65 score. Eek. Okay. Oh, just so pretty. That's fair. I get Everglades and Ozarks mixed up. What's an Ozark? What that? Try to hide this one. It's fine. Oh, I didn't do this, which is an at. I wouldn't say that I dislike alligators, but I don't prefer alligators, I will say. TikTok users. They're a little spooky. And then enter. Let's see what these say. I was gonna request it, but the version's not on SoundCloud. Wait. It's like it's from small already. Wait, I lost something. Yeah. Oh. This dog's expression has me crying. Hi, Moon! Happy day, how are you? Get ready for the dose of pure joy with this hilarious technical compilation featuring the most... Give you a good laugh. I kind of like this. Actually, this one's already 100. Is it? Hold on. Heyo! Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. And then no... Wait, I don't need to do this part. I do need this part though. TikTok, typical compilation. Oh, this is an ad. This. This is 100 now. Okay, so now we just go to Metricool. Which I'm just gonna close these because we don't. Well, I just need these ones. Okie dokie. A lot of animals scare the fuck out of me, but that won't stop me from loving them. That's fair. That's very fair. Add video, select this one. Upload thumbnail cover, be this one, accept. And then we're gonna take this, put that there. And autumn, and just revives. Wait, edit by network. Doing good. How's our favorite cat-cow hybrid thing? I'm doing pretty good. I had a pretty good day so far. We played games a bit earlier, and now we are just hanging out, doing a little bit of work before I play some games. Did you know the use of GMO corn growth in South Dakota correlates with growers of I can't even? What? How does that work? How does that work? Copy. Add to playlist. Vibe and shine. We're gonna edit content. We're gonna do hashtag funny. Or I guess I should do it like this. Funny. I put the scatter plot in the content company if you want the stats. There's probably no causation, just coincidental correlation. I will watch that after stream if that's okay. But that does sound fun. A fun coinky dink. I always like coinky dinks. Like the Pizza Hut thing. That if there's like an influx of like Pizza Hut orders, it's because something's happening in the government. Time. Let me into world. Closing time. Oh, there was a research that I didn't do yet. I think I'll do this on Monday. I'll do it tomorrow. Reminder to research media marketing consultation. If that's okay, it's your stream. Listen, I'm just overly polite about that kind of stuff. It's just, it's encoded in my brain. No, that's real. The pizza? It's true? Oh. I did not know that. Also, the nuclear projects too. I picked up an order from my boss for just my department from the closest pizza place, and it was hundreds of dollars. Damn. Damn. And if I was rich, I would buy up as much land as I would around the world to make it into nature. That'd be so cool. Wait, I put them all through security metal detectors. We had to get a card. Damn, that's fucking crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. That's a little crazy, if you ask me. Oh, who I want to take me home. I know who I want want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. Insert. Actually, it's fine. Doot number. Title. Good God of War Sons of Sparta. Oh, is that the new God of War? That came out? Is it like a different game or is it a DLC? I don't know. And that was just my shift and just our small department. Other departments ordered hella pizza for them too. And through the whole outage, it's like when an anime convention is going on and all the surrounding restaurants get flooded. That's crazy. That's really cool though. I was trying from the 3 I got yesterday. Can you list me the 3 again? I'm sorry, I don't remember them. I don't remember all of them. Time. I clicked the wrong one. The next one is... This one's ready. 73 Cav. Who I want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. Home. 2D Metroidvania prequels for the entire timeline. Oh, interesting. Replay Boys Dating Game Terraria and Silk Song. The Boys if you're wanting something romantic, Terraria if you want something that you want to play for more than one day, and Silk Song if you want a little bit of a challenge, I think. Yeah, apparently. I did not know that that was a thing. Very cool to hear, though. Please follow Cavalier. Cavalier has a YouTube, doesn't it? That's why I downloaded. That's fair. Why is the ad feature not working? Okay. Alright, that's not correct. I think I'm gonna grab. So what exactly is your job? I'm a media marketing person, so I'm a content creator for work. But right now I'm working on my own videos. Sorry, my brain kind of died. Sketching. Let's refresh. Let me get some more. VTube Studio is not a bad one. And then if I put these hashtags here, thank you. I will do that in 10 seconds as I grab these, put them there. That's good. Okay. She wants the milk mafia. I do. I went to school for 3D modeling for games. Which I put into my background and stuff, but unfortunately I did not go to school for this. No Uno reverse, this is for me. Pog, I wanted to make sure before I said anything. But Moon, I wish you the most wonderful well, no matter what game you decide to play. I hope that it's something that you can sink your teeth into and just really enjoy tonight and just really have like a good night off for yourself and just kind of rejuvenate them bones with a good game. You know, whenever you sink your teeth into a good game, it's so... what do you call it? It's really satisfying when you find a game that you like that you can just play. And it's just like, I don't know, nothing else in the world matters but just playing it, I guess. It's kind of how my brain is going with it. But yeah, I hope it's great. I hope it's fun. these. Edit by network. Suck the bone marrow dry. Forget about it. Forget about it. When I'm really into a new, I literally binge it for like a week. Yeah, but it's a good feeling. And then it kind of like sucks when like you don't have that, in my opinion. Like, or you haven't had that for like a while and your brain just kind of goes, bleh. Alright, so I need things. I need things. Okay. Starting with this guy. Does Cav have a TikTok? They do, okay. I'll edit that by network. Edit by network. Edit template. Oh my god, my brain is dying just a little bit. Someone pointed to something very interesting to me the other day about reanimated skeletons in media. What's that? What's that? I remember beating one of the Spyro games that released sometime back in a month. Damn. Very nice. Very nice. Cavalier. Oops. This one. And then edit. TikTok. Huh? This one. Oh! They follow me, apparently. I didn't know that. Cause more. Then I'm in the hell. She cries more. Welcome home! Oh, my VTuber is lagging. Sorry. Blood is created in the bone marrow. When you reanimate a skeleton, the bone marrow should still be inside. Therefore, skeletons should not be... Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. It would look really cool. It would. It would look really cool. Also, welcome home, Kiwi. I hope your day has been good. I'm gonna add video. This one. Add a video. Upload thumbnail. This one. Accept. Edit content. Add video. This one. This one. I'm gonna go over here and copy everything that's in here because same. Requires a title. This is going to be this one. Add to playlist. We highlight tags. We're going to copy the ones over here. Babe. Schedule 4. These skeletons look so much scarier. They do, honestly. Delete. I just say delete. Makes sense. A lot more. Skeletons have a lot more metal. I think if they started getting portrayed like that, they'd go back to being scary instead of funny. Blood pressure would still require nutrients to create, and without a digestive system, then they would have a difficulty supplying nutrients to the bone marrow. That's fair. So maybe like when you freshly, like if you animated a fresh corpse or a fresh skeleton that still had the bone marrow in it, it would bleed, but not for a long time then. Well, they're reanimated, so giving some suspension of belief because magic or sci-fi. That makes sense. They also don't have muscles or tendons. That's true. We have 3 more videos. Okay. Mama. Oh, she got mama. Okay. New stars. Oh, it's doing its thing. I'm gonna guess 9 a.m. 9 a.m. is usually when I think. It's pretty good. TikTok. has a burst here. And YouTube has a burst right here. All my skeletons to... Ooh! Bloody Blade skeletons that are blood powered. They need to consume nutrients before they run dry. Dude, that'd be like vampire skeletons. I like that. I like that. Give me some of that. Thursday. V-stars 49. And then this is going to be this one. Okie dokie. And then this one. This is Capricorn. Outlast. Horror. Handcam. Oh, but I need both. And then I gotta see if Passia has a YouTube. I think they do. Excited. They do. Over something. One second. Boop. The sun, that's one that stalked the night, oozing the black sludge. Ooh. You guys are cooking. You guys are cooking. You guys are cooking. Ugh. Exactly. Or what if they wanted your bone marrow? Eee. Okay, we cooking. We cooking. We cooking that calcium. Proof that a little realism doesn't ruin fancy. True. Thank you for the wellness check. I need the YouTube at. I have the image of a skeleton collecting hair from their victims and making a trophy wig. Ha! That'd be kind of funny. I could see that. Content. Oh. How about that? And then we can remove. Hated. Cool. And up. And then this one. Copy. Okay, and then now we gotta post it here. Edit by network. Upload video. Also a big fan of Japanese folklore of giant skeletons. Dude, giant skeletons sound so fucking cool. I like the... I know it's a bit different, but I like the giant skeleton from... I think it's Home Depot. I like that one a lot. Okay. Edit content. Posse. Underscore the goat. There we go. Metricool. Remove this. This one. Edit content. This one. from this, and then now we go here, and then we're gonna grab the one from the YouTube example. I think. Yeah, it's just all lowercase. So it's like same, but I will copy it in the correct capital caps. Okay. And then we gotta edit this one. And then we can just grab it straight from this guy. And then this one. Let's close these. We don't need them anymore. This is... I already have that one, right? Yeah. Gasha Dakuro. Is that what they're called? So Illiton stalks behind you in the woods at night. You don't notice. Suddenly, 10 sharp, bony fingers penetrate your back and rip out your spine. You only have seconds to process what's happening before everything goes black. The last thing you see being a skeleton cracking your bones open and, like, drinking the marrow out of it or, like, sucking the marrow out of it. It'd be so gross, but it'd be so cool, actually. It'd be pretty fucking sick. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Nope. Click the wrong one again. There we go. I need this now. You could do like those 2-sentence creepypastas. Spooky, scary skeletons go shiver down your spine. Okay, upload. A whole horror universe. Bet. Talk to Kiwi about that. Kiwi's a writer. Or you write it yourself. This one. What? Oh, right. It's loading. Okay. And then this one. Not that one. Not movies. They'll ruin it. Books, comics, and maybe a series. I like it. I like it. Not this one. Please give it. I'm just gonna upload the video. Add video before I forget. There we go. And then topic. And then the topic is leap year origins. Yeah. Okay, so that one's good. Okay, and then we're just going to add this to a Did You Know playlist. The video title is good, so we will add that. We just need to add the tags and stuff. Okay. Today is all of other ready here. I don't like these parentheses. I don't understand what these parentheses are for. Leap day. Okay. Shorts. There we go. Okie dokie. Yeah. Okay, so copy this one. We'll go here. And then this. I guess we don't really need it if it's in the... Well, edit by network. This one. And then redo it. And then we do hashtag. Leap day. Except I can't type. Leap day. Feb 29. Feb 26th. When did this one? Skeletons. Down your spine. Planet. Can't type planet. Planet. Planetary. Planetary. Alignment. Solar. No cheap graves in the backyard, just tombs and mass graves that are for. Ooh. Solar. I think solar might be better. 16. $16, 26. Jason and the Argonauts is like the best skeletons in media. Those look like so much work. Very surreal fare. I mean, anything that's like, I'm presuming that it's like practical effects. So it kind of makes sense. Wow, look at those. Those are cool. Practical effect. The Hydra teeth. Claymation. Oh, that's even more work then. It's even more work. Celestial. It's also from Ray Harryhausen, especially for time. Yeah. So not as many studios do I feel claymation anymore. Or if it is, it's like fake claymation. Like digital. I don't know why it's not looking up more. Okay, that one worked. So we'll keep Celestial this one. Okay, sure. But I'll look at the first 6, so I should do it like this. Unique leap day. That one's fine. That's fine. Okay, schedule 2. Lane, I got a question. What's up, Pookie? You know, it's canon that yes! It's because, well, it's cause it's like in the like in the show, they always say God loves you. Not they never say God loves us. But boy, is it good to write out your explanation for your workflow, or is it better to show it? Show it, because no one, especially in art, no one's gonna read shit. No one reads in the art community. And if you want to have, in my opinion, you want to have a portfolio that if they were to look at it by themselves with no guidance from you, that they could digest everything about you in that portfolio itself, if that makes sense. Because I know for some people it's hard to have personality without anything else. And so, but my biggest fact is always have a portfolio that explains you in a very digestible way without having to be like, without over explaining. Almost like a snapshot of yourself is what I tend to say. How to make things stand on their own. Yeah, and it's a hard balance of being unique but also getting the point across of your skills. And that's often like why I haven't updated a portfolio in a while, because I don't know how I'd want to do that. No, YouTube broke. I'm struggling with it because I keep getting mixed feedback advice. Like, I only have 5 pieces that showcase your strengths, but then some people say that isn't good enough and break down your process more. What I have learned personally is, and this is what I learned in school when I went to school for game development, is only show biggest one is what you want to do in the field. Hi, Dan. If you show in your portfolio that you want to do anything else, especially if it's like an indie studio that's looking at your portfolio, they'll probably take something that you're not really fond of. Like if I put, like, for example, character animation, I can do character animation, but would I want to? Fuck no. So I wouldn't put that in my portfolio, if that makes sense. Instead, I would only put what I really am okay with doing. And don't do too much variety. Just show what you're good at. Sounds like resumes where you don't want it too long or hard to read because hiring people are busy, lazy. Yeah, you just want to be fast about it. It wants to be a quick thing that you can just look over and be like, okay. You know, I think this might be the first time I've ever seen this model. Or if I have, I don't remember. That's fair. I think most of the time you see me, I'm with Miyu. And Miyu and I, we like to be CEOs together. Or I tend to be a baby model, or like a, not a baby, but like a silly model around her, because, I mean, I don't want to take attention away from what we're doing. Roots devour. I got mine separated into different stuff. Because I know peeps need different stuff at different times in animation, and I'm happy to do any minus 3D. I offer 2D. I prefer 2D. No, yeah, that's fair. I would say, like, that's fine. Like, if you want to do 2D stuff, you can have illustration and animation, but don't do, like, illustration, animation, 3D animation, you know? If that makes sense. Or if you just have, like, a portfolio page, just put, like, if it on one page, and then if you prefer to do animations, put animations on top of the page, and then illustrations on the bottom of the page. Two very big things at that. Man, I got other things that are cool. I got other things that are cool. It's that you did it. That's just one thing. Okay, fair. You got me on that one. That's fair. I got, like, design and storyboard, 2D animation, and then I think writing webcomics or fabrication for the last one. So how I would split that is I would do concept art, 2D animation, and then whatever third one you want to do. Because you want them to be, like, whatever, if you have, like, a hold on. If you have a tab that has the name of what you are doing, then you want them to be short and sweet. And with that being said, you want them, like, how do I put it? You want them to be, like, the most abstracted but connected category that they are, if that makes sense. Add video. Just grab the one from up here. Gaming, add to playlist. Short, should storyboard be its own thing then, or do you think I should put that in 2D animation? I think you should put that in 2D animation, personally, because it shows that you can do the entire process from beginning, like, concept to final execution. Like some, like, here, let me go to ArtStation really quick. Delete. Because ArtStation has this really good example of this. And, like, I think ArtStation shows, like, a good example of, like, how you can essentially make a portfolio piece out of essentially a single post, because I think that's what a lot of people kind of go off of, is like a singular post on ArtStation. And you might not be doing ArtStation, but it's like a good example. Let's do game art. Let's do, I want a 3D model, or I guess 2D is fine as well if it shows it. Yeah, so you see how, like, okay, so we start with like a final product. ArtStation is better if you start with final product, but if it's your portfolio, it doesn't matter the order. But so they have like the final product, but then they're like showing the flat colors. They're showing that they can concept out multiple iterations, preferably quickly. Put a meme on the last page, yeah, if you want. I mean, it's your portfolio. At the end of the day, if they don't like your personality, fuck them. But this is another one where it like shows they can do a character sheet. This one shows like a bit more. To be fair, this is very cute. To be fair, I think most people would stop here. Like the first three. Like the rest of it's like nice and stuff, but this shows you can render, you can flat color, and like you can get to the final step, and you can concept. And that's like the most important to character designers. Maybe a JoJo style bear. I mean, what I have learned, man, sometimes, and while I haven't had a game development job in a while, is that I think you should make your portfolio, if you put a meme in it, man, and the person's like, this is unprofessional, why would you put this in your portfolio? I'd be like, fuck them. Fuck them, man. They probably weren't a good person to work with anyway, in my opinion. Like, in my opinion, if I were like looking for a concept designer or character designer to work with, and I personally would scroll through this whole thing, and then I saw this, I'm like, oh, this person is probably so nice and lovely. Did they have to add this? No. But they did, and I think it's really cool. You know? So I think it's okay to add whatever personal touches you feel work for you as a person. Just not too much. Okay, leave. Oh, wait. Let me do that. I hope that makes sense. I had a family member the other day ask me about a very similar to that like line of questioning, and I kind of gave them the same answer, but I think they did not like my response. I don't think they liked my response, because like I understand that like the industry in the entertainment and art world is, unfortunately, in my opinion, very cutthroat, and most employers are very lazy when looking at stuff. And so like I don't blame them for not liking my response, but it's kind of like, yeah, you gotta be fast. You gotta show your broad talent and the things you like to do, and you gotta have some personality. And I think you can fit them all and not sacrifice any of it. That's the reality of it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just you can't just be like, I know that there are things like personality hires, but you really don't want to be a personality hire at the end of the day, because personality hires, in my opinion, are the first people to go. A lot of recruiters are also looking for a culture fit. It could be hit or miss, but sometimes that could make you stand out. This is true. Now if they're personally interested in your stuff, you can give a link to it. Yeah, and then like you can have like it's separate, where it's like, oh, this is like me in a snapshot, really quick, if you want to look at me. And then you can have a link to a more fleshed out thing, which at that point, if they're looking at their more fleshed out stuff, they're probably liking you a lot. My official League of Legends splash artist crops all their ArtStation to look like the most, yeah, and like that's gonna get them clicks, and that's just like how it is. Like that's like a good marketing thing, unfortunately. Like the midriff or a silly expression in the background or a foot, yeah, that's just what they, you know. That's just how it be sometimes. Oh, God. I gotta do Roots Devour now. We're gonna play this game. We're gonna see what it's about. And then we're gonna probably do some art. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Settings. I gotta make a reel too. Oh, reels are really good. I wouldn't say that like I'm jealous of it, but something that I really like with animators especially are reels, because I feel like it's such a good and almost like constantly moving piece of work that really can show off your talent without too much bloat, which I think is cool. Fuck off, Jacob Elordi. I'm tired. Can I just say this? I'm tired of Jacob Elordi. I'm tired of him. I saw him in Euphoria, and it made me dislike him, and I'm sorry, but if I see your character, and the first thing I see you in, I don't like you, like, personality-wise, just because that's how they wrote you, I'm probably not gonna like you. I'm gonna be real, and I'm really sorry about that, but I don't like Jacob Elordi. Like, I get that he's conventionally attractive to a lot of people. He's Frankenstein, and he's, like, the main guy in, like, Euphoria. The dense foliage isolates the forest from the outside world, leaving the forest as dark as midnight, even though it's only midday. News travel fast. The reports of missing people in the world tense my nerves tighter than ever. Sorry, that was like a fucking jump. I've walked this path countless times, yet it never feels familiar. Right now, I just want to finish my work and get out of here. Right, Ranger. She too is like Western versus Eastern. That's very true. And each have their own niches, and I feel like don't usually overlap. What the hell happened? Suddenly gaming. I finished my work. I have to play this game for game. I have to do this to thank them for the key to this game. I got a key for this game. I like him as Frankenstein's monster. Yeah, I liked him up until the end, and I'm not gonna spoil it, but I just didn't like him as they evolutionized him. Well, River won in a humiliating fashion with a penalty in the 85th minute against Ciudad de Bolivar that started playing football since 2020 and River since 1901. I'm not that happy. At least they won. Okay. Some big studios are starting to recognize Eastern style animation, but it's like, should I put that in a whole other section too? No. I think if you can do both, you should put a reel should have both to show that you're versatile, I think. Look pretty, but it's just very heavy-handed with the themes. Yeah. The stench of flesh and blood hits my nose, and a sudden wave of fear freezes both my body and mind as the bushes behind me start to rustle. This is kind of cool. A corpse. A cultist. In a fog, I recall my breakfast, a slice of plain toast, no cheese. Damn. So this is my end. Great Lord dwelling in the... Oh, I cannot... Okay. They're sacrificing me. Of course, we love you. A skeleton's gonna pop out eventually. I'm dead. I died. There's no escape for us now. What's going on? With a pleasing wail, you fall to the ground like a newborn. Though the emptiness of your birth overwhelms your mind, a desperate thirst calls to you. Blood. Eat him. Sandy is a shackle. Okay. I'm not ready to die. Clearly, these puny creatures can't fill your emptiness. From the heart, press and hold the left button and drag out the root to connect. Okay, and draw blood. Okay, so this guy. No! The tendrils wrap around this creature's torso, and you feel it deflate rapidly like a balloon. That's how this human would have described it. Oh, roots, I get it. Yeah. Monster. This creature falls motionless, its limbs hanging limply like a puppet with broken strings. You feel your mastery of human language becoming more adept. Cool. Are you playing an evil tree? Yes, apparently. I don't know a lot about this game. I thought this game was... Hold on. I thought this game was... game where you're a weird tentacle monster eating people. Just this tree is. I'm gonna shit my pants. In wars, we'd probably have different tactical designs at the end, because if you don't, then yeah. Should I put a style adaptation sample piece in the 2D or constant style adaptation? Should be in concept art. I was thinking this game was Carrion. I thought this was Carrion. This is different though, but I'm still interested. Hold left mouse button on the heart to extend. Eat this one. This guy is happy. In this creature's mind, there was nothing but you. What useless piece of trash. Damn. Okay, I've eaten them. Despite the emptiness that lingers within, the faint scent of familiar flowers drift through the blood as if it patiently waits for your arrival. Somewhere further. Okay. Oh no, that's Carrie. I mean, it's like kind of similar, but different. My legs, they won't move. Okay, can I drag from this brother? You'll have to hold it off for us. They knock their so-called brother to the ground and flee for their lives. Interesting. No, don't leave me here. It's coming. Connected cards can also serve as a starting point to extend the tendrils. Okay, so I go from here to here. After your roots connected with the creatures in the forest, they will continue to absorb their blood. You can view the current blood and blood absorption rate at the top. Oh. That's it. No, bruh. That'd be so mean, especially after they gave you a free key. This talk about Dark Friend put me in the mood for a Silk Song. Finally decided, fuck yeah. That one moan when you grabbed it. I think it was like a, like, you know. I don't really know, though. Use WSD or hold the right mouse button on a vacant place to drag and move the camera. Use Tab or M to open the map. Find the fleeing cultist. Okay. So I have to find the fleeing cultists. I think these are the cultists, so I will go this way. Require blood. Insufficient blood will prevent connections. I can't go this way. No! No! No. No one clip it, you goobs. Don't clip it. Don't. You don't have to do that. So can I take this to here? Oh, I can. I could take it. Oh. Press space to toggle pause. Roots will absorb blood when the game is not paused. Oh. I can't get this other rat, though. It's like blocked. Cannot connect with the obstacle. Interesting. My leg! Found one of them. The veins of the planet lead you here, where you discover a creature, the very human who uttered the word brother earlier. You've come to understand that brother is at the very least a synonym for something expendable. Damn. They're crying. You feel blood dripping on the plant's branches from the gaping hollows where the creature's eyes once were. Oh shit, did they gouge out their eyes? Your tendrils extend further. The sound of them rubbing against the plant drowns out the rat's squeals. God damn it. Yeah, I'm eating them. Ah! Its fierce resistance fills you with excitement, and your tendrils tighten more, evidently beyond what it can endure. Oh. But this body fragment contains a small amount of blood that can be absorbed directly. How do I eat it? There are many cards in the forest to help your roots explore. Hover over a card and double-click to collect it. In the area below, hold left mouse button on the card you just collected and drag it to the field to use it. Card will be displayed on the right. Okay, so let me put it here. Oh! I bet that feels so good if you're a tree. On God. Okay, can affect plants. Okay, that's cool. I kind of want those rats. Oh, I could go this way. And then I can go up this way. The farther the card is connected, the more blood it costs. You can view the consumption value at the cursor. Oh, okay. So if I went, like, up. Like, this is 23, but this is 16. That makes sense. And if I go here. Blood-drained creatures will turn into bloodless corpses. Are they not... So not all of them are blood-drained corpses yet? I presume? I kind of want to... Oh, wait, that doesn't... It feels like it would trigger an event. Okay, interesting. Oh, so this one turned into a corpse. Devoid of future value. Oh, so I have to keep expanding or else, like, they won't have any more stuff for me to eat. Okay. That makes sense. I want this one to go here. This one's gotta go here then. I go to rat. If the connected root is too long, it will consume a large amount of water. If the water is depleted, the exploration will end. How much water do I have? And seek the other cultist. Okay. But, wait. I sure hope no big, strong lumberjack shows up. Possibly with a Wendigo mask. I'll be so treated by the size of your limbs. You can't do that. So is this... So this is... So this, because this is like... Oh, so because it's so far, it costs... blood and water, I presume? And then I want... the rats. Silent mode. Amidst the plant remains, the scent grows even stronger, and tendril buried deep underground rats around you. As your tendrils intertwine, the emptiness that once enveloped you gradually fades, replaced by a different kind of pain, an inexplicable thirst. I have something to say, but first... Even though you've never seen this plant before, a sense of familiarity lingers like the word family in a human language. You still can't tell whether the source of familiarity is human language or other things. This plant said again. It's not often you meet someone who can communicate like I do, right? How about a handshake in the way human? Okay, I totally trust you. With a connection established, the pain doesn't fade, but grows even more intense. When you try to retract your tendrils, you realize they're firmly ensnared. Ooh. Whoa, it took a bunch of my water, I think. It clutches your tendrils tightly, drawing out the substance known as water from your body, and even sharper pain surges over you. Oh, I died. Because I twisted. I have received your offering. Gratitude. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Are they gonna give me something cool? Return to altar. That's kind of cool. I kind of like it. That's kind of cool. Don't take it too seriously. It's just a small joke. Like just now, without water, we can't move on the surface. Flora seems nice, but don't worry. If your water depletes again, I will take you back. Oh, okay. Thank you for the music. I will play it right now. Hold on. Can I pause this music? I can. Okay. And then 1 second. I'm just gonna reply to something. Song from Trees POV, yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. This is not. Let me just. Okay. Save. Okay. Okay, so now. Is your way of getting me for a joke earlier? I just want another handshake. Yeah, as an apology. Thank you. I just want to hold hands. Water boost. I've acquired a water boost. Obtaining grace. Unlock omen. As blood flows through the mother, as the blood flows into mother's withered roots, the void from your blood loss summons an invisible power from deep within you. During your exploration, you'll unlock various omens in the collection menu. Oh, I have an idea. Also, one more thing. Oh, this is not what I want. Okay, there we go. And just one thing. Okay. There you go. Okay. Sufficient blood, the roots cannot stretch further. Okay. So where do I go now? Oh wait, I gotta code collections, right? Act 1 claim. Act 1 connect. Unlock companion. Whoa! Flora's hot! Driven by the emptiness of your birth, you were pushed into a small hut filled with drifting floral fragrance. A lotus that could speak caught your attention. At her suggestion, you extended your vines to perform a handshake, a gesture of goodwill mimicking human. As you already know, when you awoke again, you were at the altar. Okay, I have a new Adomission, the swamp, warning of departure. Seek what you lack. I have an omen, though, right? Okay. Where's my blood, father? New features unlocked in the forest. You can now spend blood to discover new cards by opening grand card packs. Wow, it's an Eldritch card pack opening thing? It's clear that this small blood amount is far from enough. It's time to return to the forest. I want to open a blood pack, though. I hope you will be careful about kind creatures this time. You were very pretty, though. I don't know what you want from me. That was very pretty. I like that lady. I like that lady. She was kind of cool. Alright, I'm gonna pause the music again. And then we can play the... Oh, hold on. Okay. I have awoken again. Despite your lingering doubts about that lotus, the truth is indeed about what she said. As the disguise of reality is torn apart by the roots, you manage to invade the forest. When the roots touch the ground, the deep tremor in the soil makes them instinctively retract. This makes you curious about its origins and everything that happened on that inconspicuous mound. So are they talking about, like, when I was born? Thirsty thorns. Hover and left click. Can be destroyed by certain power. It feels suspicious and it might trigger an event. When crossed by a line, draws moisture from you. Interesting. I don't really want it to draw stuff from me. New feature unlocked. In the forest, you can now spend blood points to discover new cards by opening card packs. Hold left. Okay. There's a card pack. Oh, in this left bottom corner. Okay. Deck cost 71. Or deck cost 71, deck 25. I'll accompany you up here for a while, and you can try to release Mother's Gift. I'm treating you to this card pack. Please open it and take a look. Oh, okay. Thank you. This one's free. Oh, I got a rat and some fireflies. When connected, illumination range... Okay. So, there's a rat here. Right there. Okay, we have 2 forest paths. I think I want to go into this one because this one costs less. Forest path shuffled 1. Corrupted. Deck updated. Corruption has been assimilated by roots and is waiting to grow. Oh, so I don't have to go that way? Oh, okay. Let's go. 23, 22. This one's cheaper. Okay, I got deck updated. Can I open? -72. Rats. 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 Where are the rats? Oh, toxin spine rat. Can be captured directly inside his blood bag. Venom. When connected, generate erosion. I don't think I can grab that, right? Because forest path, the rat. So I would open a pack here to see if... Damn, girl, you a house or a plant? What does this mean? Can I go forest path? And this way? Oh, I don't have enough... Wait, what? A large creature requires a digestion card. A large creature requires a digestion card? What does that mean? Because I would forget to water you down. What's happening? Altar? Squeak! Well, altar is 35 water. You found the lost gift. Oh. I got a card pack. Let's do rat. Oh, a digestion card. How do I take it? Okay, now I can go back and eat this deer. Oh, okay. And now I can eat that deer, and now I can go over here. Deep in the forest. Oh, another digestion card. Corpse pile. Deck updated. There's a bunch of rats over here, too. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Boop. I can't eat that one. I'm not corrupting this one and this one. Deck updated. I can't eat that deer, but I could corrupt this. And then there's a corpse down there, but I don't really want to. It's kind of far. Cost 72. I could do. Okay, well, let's see what this does. Connecting it to it grants grants the ability of the Great Mother. Okay, it only has 1 water. Conquer. Deep in the forest. As your tendrils stretch out, you can feel the bareness of this land. Arid sand marks its features in the midst of it all. A dead tree stands out, drawing your attention. The sharp crack of tendrils brushing against the dead branches start to gather birds. It is then that you realize what you drew in. The blood is calling to you. Once the flock disperses, a broken corpse is revealed before you. As the branches snap, it falls and sends a jolt through your 2 tendrils. Cell spread check. Shell spread, I guess? Your roots climb the withered tree, discovering several birds stripped of the feathers by their kin. Unable to escape without hesitation, you eat them. Nom 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 nom. The village seems to have been abandoned by humans, but... No, I'm okay. You can be born here from here next time. Oh, I did. I'm the birds. Pay attention to your blood consumption and take my nectar. If your blood is insufficient, you can also take an initiative to return. Oh, so this is like, okay, so this is a checkpoint. By the way, you have to be careful of those intelligent creatures in the forest. Even if they are weak, hee hee. Nectar. What does this do? After placement, a connection, you can actively return to the altar. After placement and connection, you can actively return to the altar. Your current hand will be stored upon returning. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that doesn't mean I have to leave yet. Oxen. Reduce the blood consumption by 10 points upon spread. What is this? Oh, that's the altar. Okay, and now I have a free card. I guess I can... Getting a little low on water. But now I have some body fragments. Okay, so maybe we go here. Roadblock, body fragments. There's a spot on my rage. I'm still just a rat in a cage. Oh, acidic soil. Nice. Let's do these ones. And I can go through here and see if there's a corpse down here. Event discovered. Body fragments. A man. I found a man. What's this? Flesh chunk. Oh, can I have this? What is this? Fluorescent seed. When connected, the illumination rains increases. Bloom. If water was spent, connected, shuffle flower into deck. Oh. Okay. So maybe like this. Oh, it's not that far. Thirsty thorns, a seed bed, a rat. That's not really worth it. You know, trees can only grow as high as they can suck up water. That makes sense. That actually gives this game like a lot. Like it makes sense. I kind of want to go. There's a chest right there. What does that chest do? Seed bed. Oh, that's okay. There's only 20 of my. I'm out of water. Aww. A disguise torn open by you. Return to altar. I don't know what that meant. Mimicry. Okay, so I died. Hello. I trust you haven't forgotten. Offer your blood, then step once more into the forest. When the water runs dry and the blood brims, you shall return. Such is mother's deepest yearning. In the Hot Tour podcast I'm listening to, they pointed out it's kind of fucked up. Axe handles are made of wood. Okay, that makes more sense. Horror, that does kind of make sense because you're chopping it down with its own flesh. Expansion pack upgrade. Mutation. Increase the chance of generating tadpoles through spawn or blood snail. I like the tadpoles. Can I have both? Certain talents are locked in the root system. Hold left not to unlock them. Yeah, because it's a passive. I can have both. How much is this one? 116 water. I don't know how much water I have. Oop. The omen begins to reveal itself. Growth. Boop. That's 66 water. I don't have any more water. How's it going, Norman? And thank you for the wellness check. Stretch my bones. God. How you doing today? Welcome, 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 welcome. If you made a whole game out of it, yeah, that's true. That's fair. Dreamwell. Okay, it doesn't look like I have enough blood to go anywhere else. So I guess we'll just go. Oh, we should look at the collection stuff actually, huh? Hold on. Boop. Huh? Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. Wait, no, go back. I want to go to my collection because we got new stuff. Claim. 7-8 allows carrying more blood veins. Reward. I got 500 more blood! Yippee. Got a new location. Wonder who else we'll meet. Also, now that we have enough, we can obtain this one. Right? Oh, well, now we need water, which we need 131 water, which we only have 123. Did you know trees talk to each other and share resources through their... Yeah, and, like, if a tree is dying, even if it's not of the same species, it will still share... It will still share its, like extra resources with the dying tree. But why are they sharing resources without profit incentive? That's a good question. I don't remember why they said that in the video. What does altar do again? Gain a card pack when connected. Gimme. To the shareholders? Empathy. Path of corruption. What is this? Reduces blood point consumption by 20. The roots will act spontaneously. Self will shove random cards into card packs when connected. What about their stock's value? I mean, hey man, maybe it's just, you know, it's just what they want. They're all in it together, you know. Okay. Path of corruption. I think path of corruption means like that's where we went before. And then oxen does what? Reduces blood points cost by 10. Oh, there's an altar here. What'd I get? What'd I get? Digestion. And there's a deer. So I have to digest. I can't digest both. Then I'll just digest this one then. Eat altar. Now I have another card pack. I'm gonna eat these rats. Okay. I'm gonna open this card pack up over here. You call root network the wood wide web. Man, that almost fucked me up. Ooh, I do not have. Oh, thank you. Can I reach that now? Path of corruption. A fruit. When connected, shuffle some erosion. Acidic soil and digestion. Ah! Even as an evil tree? Even as an evil tree. Becomes a corpse. And now I don't have any food. But I got it. Wait, oh. I need to open a pack, I think. Let's open it here. I kind of want that toxic rat. Boop. Okay, and then we should put the oxen. Nope. This one should be put here, I think. And we can spend water, and then I think, oh, I thought it get put back into our thing. Give me rat. Give me rat. Can't eat that rat. I could eat this rat. I could use this. Eat this rat. It's not even a car shop simulator. Yeah, I find it very interesting that we're playing this, yet it's like it's got card, like I didn't think there would be so many like card opening mechanics. Roadblock and a deer. And a deer, where do I want to go though? I don't. Hold on. Wait, oh shit. Do you know the world's largest on Earth is Oregon? What? What does that mean? Oh my god. I'm having a brain spasm. They don't even know it's a giant underground mushroom. A honey mushroom? That sounds very pretty. Is it pretty? It sounds pretty. Oh, player mojo, I changed my mind. Damn. Okay. Okay, rat. Oh, another rat. We'll do a bloody fragment. So I can get rat. And then what's this? Oh, fuck. I guess, like, let's do this. I'll just take one water. This is very interesting. How would this be working? Can't really see it since it's mostly on the ground. Oh, that's fair. But remind me of the evil tree root network. That's fair. It'll kind of be like that, don't it? It's a lot of bodies. It's a lot of bodies in here. A lot of rocks. I can't reach it because of the rocks, I think. Signpost. Message sandwiched between there's fragile rocks here. I will definitely be able to escape. I want to go now. I could go this way. I mean, fertilizer, so true, so true. Yay, a rat. Rat footprints. Need more blood. Oh, I guess I should wait. God damn! Wellspring. Shuffles 2 fountains connecting it. Grants the ability of mother. People? Why are there so many people in the forest? It's a good question. I don't really know. I'm gonna wait a little bit. See if I can gain some more blood. There's like a rat down here I didn't grab. 17 water. Corpse. Oh man, and I'm still only pumping out 2. Very weird. I thought I did an acidic thing there, but I guess I didn't. Wait, there was a way to go this way. 16. Let's do this. Insect nest. Ooh. Okay. Now we could go to the altar. Card bag. Seed bed. Not enough space. Boop. Load. Digestion. Kind of want to eat a deer, but what deer would be good to eat? I feel like there's a deer over here. No, not this place. There's this deer. There's this deer. I don't feel like either of those deers are very helpful. Which deer would be good to eat? I guess this one's not the worst. Can I eat more than one deer? Too far apart. 9 water and a little bit of blood. But now I'm getting 2 blood per. Insufficient blood. Now this one will cost less blood. 0 blood. Now can I have more blood? How do you get more blood? I want more blood. How do I get more blood? Map. What if I missed? Got all of that. Yes, I missed that blood. There's blood down here? Oh, but that's a deer. I can't have that deer. Guess I gotta wait. I gotta wait to see if we can open a card pack. Corrupted. Oh, dear. How much is it gonna cost to go over here? 3? It's not bad. Thirsty thorns. It's 4. Oh, wait a little bit. Oh, wait, I cannot. Space to open. Yeah, I think you have to have space, I guess. Insufficient blood cannot stretch further. How much blood do I need to get over there? Oh, the root grows. Oh, that's cool. To show whether you'll get enough. That's cool. Which of our card pack? Does this one be enough? I don't have enough rats. Can I use the thing to go back now? How can I return? How do I go home? I want to go home. Event enemy pickups barrier path boost. I go home? I feel like it's bad if I just keep dying. Deer. Just go this way, I guess. Whoa. Cuckoo. This curious creature tilts its head forward and looks at you, showing no fear or hostility. She's sleepy and does not realize that maybe some small animals can attract her. I have 21. The rat captures her attention and then she turns to look at you. Huh? A walking root? She's cute. You have a nice smell, like many kinds of smells, such as a rat. Could it be that you are actually a rat, but you are clearly like a tree root, right? Hi, Taylor! I don't understand. I'm thirsty and tired. Can I take a rest on your branch? Unlock follower. Yeah, the house is a human soul. Do I connect with it? Moves towards and purrs like a cat, seemingly to have complete trust. Woohoo! Woohoo! I guess I eat her? I ate her. Eyes wide with shock and sorrow. Oh.
Eat me like a bug.
Oh! Oops. Was I not supposed to do that? Oh man, I'm kind of stuck. I just gotta wait, I guess. So I can't go through rocks. Guess I could do this. Don't believe just what you see with your eyes. Weird. Okay, well I got something, I guess. 20. How do I return? Oh. It says right here. Return. Okay. I did not see that in the corner. Return to altar. Hi, Moira. I have returned with 800 blood. And I accidentally killed a lady. So that's supposed to be a companion? Oh, no! Oh, they're so cute. I feel bad. Obtaining grace. Ooh, another mutation. Another snail mutation. 120. Ooh, more tadpoles. Okay, I kind of feel bad. I feel kind of bad killing that lady. Yeah, the owl, I guess, like, because I don't know if because we ate her, like, if she's, like, gone forever or something, because, like, it says death. Acquaintance. So, I don't know if I did something wrong. So, yeah, I guess we just go again. I kind of want to start here. Start in the beginning area. Spreading root system. Even if the water source dries up, always remember that you are the predator. Boop. Card pack. Boop. Digestion, firefly, and a rat. Rat. Path of corruption. Watchtower, rat. Path of corruption. What's this way? Firefly? Let's put it this way. And then digestion. That's like kind of far. Oh, okay. Well, I will. Oh shit! I should have done that one then. Shoop. Rat. Deep in the forest. Conquer. Yeah. Oh. Check shuffle. I don't really understand the deck building mechanic because it's clear that I already have cards. I just don't use them for some reason. Give it. Oh, there we go. I have another free card pack. I want to go this way. I don't know space. Rat, go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Now I can do just a deer. Deck's built with wood. My deck built with the best kind of wood. Let me tell you what. Okay, let me open card pack. Nice. Okay, so I kind of understand how this kind of works, I think. This one and then the oxen. But this one says, like, reduces what? Oh, no, I read that wrong. Okay. Never mind. Be cool if I... Oh, wait. No, I have a digestion. Oh, I have a digestion. Oh, I can get all 3 of these deer. Boop, boop, boop. So much blood for me. Forest path this way. Oh, yeah, and then this is the area that had a bunch of the bodies. I will go that way later. I want another pack. 13. Acidic soil. Drains plants. I guess I've never gone this way. Nice deck, bro. Thank you. Corpse. Muddy fragment. Boop. I want to eat this guy. And eat his flesh. Give. Cannot have. Guess cannot have. But I could open this card pack here. Aw, man. Okay. I have another digestion, though, which is good. I don't know if I want to use it on this deer or not. Oh. Fruit. Some erosion. I've got a meme in the fridge? Okay. In the fridge. That's a fucking good ass meme. That's a good ass meme. Like that one. Oh, I can open a card pack. I can't open a card pack there. Okay, so let me just open a card pack over here then. Okay, that's fine. Boop. Boop. Oh, this is something I take. Oops. 6 water is fine. Oh, this is a pickup one. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Did you know most U.S. cities thought it was a good idea to plant male trees, but that is also why there's such a pollen issue? That makes sense, honestly. No seeds to clean up, but a shit ton of tree jizz. Yeah, I think I'd rather clean up seeds, if I'm honest. Okay, where do I want to go now? I can't tell, like, which way are paths to go. Let's go over here. I have a bloody fragment. I could go this way. Oh, the insect nest. That's right. That's what's over here. Okay. That way we went. We haven't gone this way, I guess. Okay, so I can do a bloody fragment here, a bloody fragment here, And then I can digest this guy. Do an acidic soil here. Eat this. Eat this. Path of corruption. My mom was allergic to cottonwood and it's all over the place here. Really? Also, Bradford pear tree. Also, is that the cum tree? Is that the cum tree? I don't want to go that way. There's a rat here. Footprint. Rat. This is gonna lead me to... I need to open a card pack to hopefully get a digestion card so I can eat this deer. Yes. Oh, and then there's 2 deer. Let's go. You laugh at me, but you know that's what it's called. Ooh. Oh, there's a wolf. When you discovered this severed limb, you also felt an unknown aura. 2 jackals. They were fellow predators of a group of hungry jackals, gnawing on the broken limbs on the ground. Can I eat them? Although it's easy to pierce them, the turbid black blood in their bodies makes you feel sick. You swore never to allow the blood of these creatures to enter your body, so you tactfully allowed these lowly creatures to eat your leftovers. Oh. Oh. If I can I connect to a residue? I can. But if I connect to a residue... Okay. Oh. Watchtower? Rat. Whoa! More stuff. A tadpole. Little baby tadpole. Digestion. Forest path. Frog. Forest path is going to be cheaper this way. Road to hill. Would they smell like okay, Elaine? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? A treacherous fire consumes the faint glow of stars. Now I have a digestion in there. All of this is like blocked off unless I can get an acidic thing. What's this? Cannot be directly connected, can be removed by digestion. So I could eat them? I will eat them. I eat them. And then they give me digestion. It's actually kind of sick. Okay, let's open a card pack, see what we get. A deer and another roadblock. Let's go. Night. Oh, good night, Moon. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I hope you have a lovely night. Mwah, mwah. And I hope you sleep very well. And what else? What else? Tuck. I almost forgot about the talkingings. Ooh, there's something right here. Good night, Moon. Good night. 6 water. Foggy. There is a frog. Right here. It gave me a few tadpoles. Can I pick them up? No, I think I just feed off of them. Okay, forest path. Watchtower. A strong aroma of blood lipids waft over your smell. Smell that feels familiar to you. In your thoughts, a 4-legged wooden table appears in which lies a beige tablecloth. Okay. So it made me hungry. The security talk. Good night, everybody. Good night. Sure. Just in case I have a little more food. Unlock revelation. The gushing blood nourishes the roots, and you feel something filling the void left by the blood loss. Listen attentively, and the path forward will become clear. New feature unlocked. At the start of each run, you may select a vessel to summon your roots. Earn inspiration points through various means. Once complete, Mother shall reveal her will. Okay. Thank you for her pat. New talent unlocked, Ranger. Gain 2 points of interest for every 4 times you spread to a small creature. That's cool. What is this? It is possible that fire will be shot around. Oh, okay. I can't break rocks. I could eat that deer so I could have some more blood. Damn, girl, you are an invasive species. Yes. Yes. Maybe this way? Because you're growing on me. Yippee! That's a lot of water. Let me do a card deck because that'll cost less. Digestion. I don't want any more digestion. Please. Please. Okay, alright. We just gotta sacrifice it, I guess. What you gonna give me? There's a cultist. Corpse fragment. Give. Path? Oh, right. I don't know why I wasn't dragging my mouse. Or what are these? Roadblock. Fuck. Froggy. Oh, we only spawned one, though. Old scroll. When placed, gain 2 inspiration, but there is 50% chance to summon evil into the deck. This probability increases with each ancient scroll placed in this game. Okay, well, let's do one. I have 3 inspiration. Oh, the man ran away. Tadpole. Path and path. Let's go this path. Squeak. Ooh, acidic soil. Thank you. I only have 5 water left. I have to be very careful. Okay. Nice. Cannot be connected. There's a path that way and a path this way. And there's a snail that way. And there's something over here. And I kind of want that. Let's go over here. It's going to cost me water. It's going to cost me water. Ooh, you know what I can do? I have plenty of blood. Let's do this. Body fragments. Please don't be... Hand is full. This one. Take. Is there any more deer? I guess it's like it'd be free if we were to grab any deer that we didn't grab before. Hey, here's a deer. Are there any other deers that we're missing? Oops. About here. There's a rat, but can I reach the rat? Not really. Is there any more deer? There's a deer right here. Eat this deer. Eat that deer. And then what about over here? That's a rat covered by things I can't have. But this guy, there's a deer right there. There's a deer right there. 14 blood. Alright. I got plenty of blood. May not have a lot of water, but we got plenty of blood. Okay. And then, I was going along a path, wasn't I? Where was I? Oh, I was over here. Because there was like a big thing. If I were a fish, you'd be a really nice fish. Interesting. Boop. Rock path. Corpse fragment. This is gonna take water, isn't it? We could open another pack right here. A deer. Digest the deer. Eat this. Tentacles, blood, another snail. Why can't I have that snail? Oh, it's a large creature? I can eat these guys, though. And you caught me, you'd say, look at that fish. Got distracted. If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? A chestnut tree. I'd be an American chestnut tree. So I think they're cool, and I'm sad that there are not more of them. Acidic soil. Shonk. No, the wellspring! No! I wasn't paying attention. If I would have got that insect nest, I would have been fine. Oh, what you paying attention? Fuck. This game is kind of cool. This game's kind of cool. You guys check it out. Are those the ones with the spiky balls? Yes. Spiky ball tree, but very sweet nut. Oh. I don't want to talk about it. Claim. I can get more blood veins. I don't know what a blood vein is, though. Close. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Obtaining grace. This guy. Blood boost. Expansion pack upgrade. Aww. Aww. Collect. I can't collect. Oh, it's just because of that. Okay. That's not bad. It's not bad. I wish I could unlock these. Let's start here. Gain 2 points of nectar. Preserved nectar preserved connection to the place and return the roots. I think that's just the ability to return. There were a bunch of chess players after a competition bragging in a nearby hotel. Okay. What's the wellspring do? I think it gives us like a new ability. It gives us like a new ability. Oh, there's a digestion here. Oh, fuck. Did I miss the other ones? Were there any others? This would be like a good path if I could break rock. Okay. Okay. Flesh chunk. Path of corruption. Okay, digest these guys. And then eat them up. Eat them up. Moira, what are you doing? My cat is being suspicious in the corner of my eye. Oh, and then if I eat that deer, I could eat that. Eat, 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 eat. Firefly, firefly, frog, tadpole. Can I connect to this? No, I cannot. Insect. Give me all the fireflies. Alright, and then frog. God damn it, that fucking joke. Okay, path of corruption's doing pretty good. That don't cost me any water. I can eat these guys up. I think that's 0. Cool. Eat the snail. Eat the tadpole. Let's do the firefly, so that way we don't have to spend so much. Fruit. Acidic soil. Nice. That means if I use this digestion here, I could eat both. I could eat everything here. Seed beds. Seed bed. And then tadpoles. Eat all these tadpoles. Okay. It's not bad. Not bad, chat. Not bad, chat. Ooh, there's a thing here. Forest path costs 6. This costs 7. Oh, fuck. Jackals? No, 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 no. Eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this. Okay. I don't know. 22, 23, 22. 14. Oh my god, eat this. Eat that, eat that, eat that, eat that. Thank you. Don't eat my deer. I want to eat the deer. 10 water. Let's do the 23. Oxen, thirsty thorns, 8. I forgot, what did the snails do? Spreading consumes 10 more blood. 10 more blood? I don't like that. Just makes me slow then, huh? Ooh, path of corruptions. Ooh. Ooh. Give me those rats. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Oh. Give me those tadpoles. And I can get a seed bed. So many cards in my deck. When I was a kid, I read about a holiday superstition game, I think around Halloween. Yeah, what was it about? Ooh, I want to go that way. Oh, a snail. No, I don't want the snail, actually. Let's go this way. And this guy, where people would put 2 chestnut close in an open fire. What the fuck is that song? About the roasting chestnuts by an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. And people put 2 chestnuts close in. Are you representing your crush? Well, what would be the good thing to, like, why do that though? No, the rogue, I cannot. Oh wait, I have acidic. Get the fuck out of here. I want my tadpoles. Give me my tadpoles. What? Can I connect with an obstacle? Wait, this one can come over though. There you go. Tadpoles, 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 tadpoles. And if they crackle and pop and jump away from each other, the radiation ship wouldn't last. Damn, that sucks. It's only 1 wild. Give me that man. But if the 2 nuts roast and burn together, that would be a good sign the relationship was bad. That's very interesting. 7 wild. A fluorescent seed. If water is... Yeah. This is the one that if water is spent to get to it, then I will get more out of it. I guess I will use this. Okay, maybe we don't need to go back this way. Yeah, let's not go back this way. Let's keep going up, I think. There's a deer there. We haven't gone this way. This one book ages ago, so I don't care if it's real old-timey superstition or not. I could see it being an old-timey superstition, to be honest. Deer. 25. But I can't because of that. Okay. Rat. Oh. I need some digestion. Where are we going? Frog. Let's go here. What? The cultist. I want the cultist. Let me eat that man. I want to eat that man. Let me eat these tadpoles. Path. Gimme. It's like where if you can peel an apple in one long peel without breaking it and throw it over your shoulder, it will spell the initials of your future partner. Yeah, something like that, yeah. It's deer. Fuck. Damn it. I need food. I need digestion. I need digestion. I need to eat more things. Okay, maybe this will give me a digestion. That's actually not bad. Yes. Yes, give me... Nope, not that guy. This guy. That way I can go here. I can eat this frog. Is that one on fire up there? Yeah, this one's a torch. I want that strange man. Give me that strange man. No, come back! I want to eat him. I want to eat that strange, strange man. Path and... Oh, that takes... Oh, I have plenty of water for now. It's 2 water. Let's do old scroll. That takes that. That takes that. Squeak. Acidic soil. Okay, I was afraid your roots were burning away. Nah, we wouldn't let that happen. I want to go this way. The man went this way. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, what is this? That's what I think it's gonna be. It is fucking what I think it's gonna be. God fucking damn it. It's fine. Seedbed. Where'd this guy go? Give me the residues. Frog. It costs 1 wowda. Where did this guy go? Give seedbed. Boop. Path. 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 Bloody fragment. Path. What is this? What is this? I want whatever this is. Oh, there he is! Come back! Oh, an old scroll. Okay. Body fragment, so I don't have to spend water. Snail, corpse fragment. Give me the blood. Give me the blood from these. Must eat everything. Torch. So there's a path. It's a rat. Don't really want the rat. Oh, you son of a bitch. Could I cheese this? Wooden door. Here stands an inconspicuous cabin, almost blending into the darkness of the forest. The footprint on the ground suggests someone has been here recently. The man! Sign of the door is very severely about 1432 or so. 1432, 1432, 14. Oh, I want to go in here. Oh, not the old scroll, the body fragment. And just straight down. What's happening? Rock. Ah! Why a rock? Charred corpses. Drain of blood, avoid a further value. Trigger an event. 1432, thank you. Research notes. Oh, this is like back. I went like a circle. There's our chest! Okay. Wait, 1. Maybe it's like 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's like 1, 4, 3, 2. I did nothing. And I am disappointed. What is this? What is this? More bloody fragments. Shoop. Do you think the Lorax knows about this? Probably. I would think so. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys, you guys grow. You guys can do what you want to do. A bloodstone. Gain 1 bloodstone. Hey, go get this. Finding hidden treasure in a level grants bloodstone, which can be used outside the game to unlock cards. Oh, okay. Okay, that has nothing. Rat. Rat hat costs water. Boop. Oh, these are all torches. Yes? What's happening? The cultist in the street. My lord, please have mercy. Oh, fuck. Ah, I skipped the dialogue because I got... Shut your mouth, you lowly heretic. You knew this day would come. Haha, look where is your god now. I'm coming. Call your god to say, I'm coming. I want to eat the strange man. Oh, man, he got murdered, actually. Actually, he was murdered. Okay, that takes a little bit of wowda. I don't want to use my wowda for that. There's a wellspring here. Path. Can I go down? I cannot. This takes 2 water, but that's gonna be okay. Eat them! My work, it's not finished yet. Nom 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 nom. I feel you. If you really are some kind of deity, take everything. I have no faith, nor do I seek your mercy. Nom 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 nom. Those bastards went to the mountaintop. Oh, are we talking? Are there other cultists as well that maybe I have not met yet? A path to lead me. Actually, this is closer. A forest path. Path of corruption. Gimme, gimme. How do I go over there? Oh my. Stone gap. What does this do? Collapse. Oh, that's sick. I see how that works. Okay, you want to go to donate blood? I'm ready. Drain it all. Give me the cash money. I guess wooden door. Body fragments. Yes. Did I get everything from here? Oh, there's a chest in there. I want the chest. Which is the seat, the corpse file. Wonder how you get in here. Okay. We'll go this way. Blood, blood. What is this? Please, anyone, I'm not ready to die yet. I'm coming. A power cask knight. Powder cask knight. Oh, sorry, that went on your face. Want to give me some toxic stuff? Digestion! Give me. Let me eat the deer. Boop. Cannot connect with obstacle. Oh, these are roadblocks. 22 water, Jesus. Well, I guess I could use a thing for that. Can I connect to this guy? Not unless I'm cheeky about it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Oh, it gave me what water! Like a shallow hole. Corpse pile. Fountain water. That's like a lot. Okay, I'm going to make a cheeky little thing. But I cannot. Oh. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Okay. Just plug into the same spot? Yeah, maybe. Okay, over here. There's a forest path right there. I didn't see that. When connected, restore... Oh, digestion. Whee. What is this? Power from the planet. Heart of the tree. I like these, like, little tiny secrets. So it, like, really pays, like... It pays well if you pay attention. I'll open a card back right here. A deer, huh? Okay, we'll do the old scroll. Wandering spirit. It rewards exploring, it does. I'm just, like, trying to make sure I'm not missing anything else. I can't. Could I connect to this? Costs 23 water to connect to that, though. It has only 1 water to connect to that one. Watchtower! Ooh, a door. This could be worth it, though. A corpse? Corpse? A corpse? Never connected. The tree roots wither instantly, leaching out very small amount of blood. Okay, that makes sense. Path and a rat. What are you gonna give me? You're gonna give me amazing shit. Do torches block you? Yeah, you can't connect to torches because they'll burn you, I think is how that works. Plus chunk. I need some acid. Okay, I'm gonna take water. I want acid. I want to free that guy. Okay, I'll do a card pack right here. Wandering spirit. A deer. What does this do? When depleted, shovel itself back into the deck. Can I eat him? Can I eat him? I didn't know what that does. I have an evil bloodthirsty tree in your backyard, but it's even more addicting to traded cards. That would be so unfortunate, but it would attest to the strength of a brain thinky good. Attest to the power of Gamba, you know? I fucking don't have room. Alright, we'll put it here then. 3 deer. It's not bad. I really want some, like, acidic stuff, though. Boop, boop. Wait. Aww. Acidic stuff? More deer, Jesus. All I got is deers left? Alright, what about right here? Swear to God if it's more deer. Okay. I really need, like, an acidic thing. What do you call a blind deer? I don't know, what do you call a blind deer? Oh my God! I really want. No idea. I have so much fucking digestion, bro. What am I gonna do with digestion? Literally nothing, man. I want acid. I want to save the guy. Can be destroyed. Cannot protect. Fuck. That's fair. I guess we go this way. That's like 10. Ba-bam. All these fucking deer. Give me the fucking deer. What's the DJ's favorite sauce? I don't know. What is the DJ's favorite sauce? I'm gonna go a different way, hoping that I can get some. Just get something. I don't want to go to that snail. I can't go to that frog either. Fine. I want to unlock this guy. Marinara. Alright, again. Are you gonna give me more deer? Fucking more deer, man. Marinara. One, two, three. Oh, cultist. Give. Oh, fucking another digestion, man. Okay, I guess I'll go back. Wait, what's over here? A deer? Give me that deer. Give me that deer. There was another blood thing, right? No, I guess not. Snail. Oh, there's 2 deer right here. There we go. A deer there. Something here. When are you gonna get addicted to trading cards? I guess I already am, if you think about it. Give. Why can't I have? Why can't have? Why cannot have? 2 deer. 3 deer. Boop, boop, boop. God damn it. I'll let it eat some of my blood. That's alright. This is the water that it absorbs. Whoa, I don't know what it gave me, though. Fuck. Please. I just want to free that guy, man. This game's cucking me. This game is cucking me! What am I gonna do with all these suggestions? Here, let me go. Wait, what's this? It's an altar. Wait. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Yes, always more digestion. Watchtower. Ooh. Is there a rock? There's a stone gap right here. But, oh wait. Digest. Wait. You almost did it, man. Wait, it did do it. Eee. Rat. Now rat. And then go this way. And then I can go to the wellspring. And then I can go to the stone gap. And then I can do jack shit and breaking stuff. Fuck. Okay, let me eat this deer. Eat the deer. I want this card. How do I get that card? I want that card. I guess I go back. I just can go back. Because I didn't go this way. Path of corruption. Oh, my path of corruption isn't connected to this. Oh. Frog. Snail. Oh, fuck. It's too expensive. This one. Ooh, wowda. Thank you for the more wowda. Firefly. Maybe I can use the firefly now to get the guy out of there? Where is he? He is here. Yes. Hello. Buddy, look at what you've done. No worries, just be careful next time. Archives have been updated. I have him now. He is my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Imagine a fucking scary ass, evil ass fucking tree comes up to you and is like, "Hey man, we're having soft tacos later." What would you do? I would like shit my pants probably. Hello? Why'd the music get kind of spooky? Alright, we're gonna go back. Wait, what's this? Is this a snail? It is a snail. I don't fucking... Well, actually, going to the snail, right? Can be captured directly and serves as a blood bag. Contains a small amount of blood and provides 1 point per second. Spreading consumes... Okay, yeah, spreading consumes more. You're my friend now. We're gonna get soft tacos later. Alright, I want to go all the way back. This way, I think. Yeah, I think I gotta go back this way. Yeah. There's some deer here. Which we'll take with the path of corruption grab. This guy to this guy. Which is what will lead us here. Which I will put... Fuck. I can't put no cards down. Can I stretch to one of them? No. I'll put one here. Yoink. Yoink them with my tentacles. Oh, I have to eat this. I mean, I guess I'm not complaining about all the deer. It's just like I want other stuff. Digestion. That's silly. The rat's closer. Let me add Alta. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Get blood. Oxen. Digestion. Blah, 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 blah. Rats. Whomp. Taco times super soft tacos slap, but the prices have gone up a lot, just like everywhere. I don't think I've gone to Taco Time. Personally, at least. 9 water. 9 water. Alright, nothing. I don't think anything else is really that worth it over here, at least. There is a thing here that I kind of want us to get. Oxen, firefly. Is this a fucking... Oh, there you go. Okay, we'll do this. Oh, right, the fruit. I wonder... I don't think it is, but it would be... Yeah, it's not. It'd be interesting if they had, like, a randomized mode where, like, the map is, like, randomized. I think that'd be kind of cool. Hello, dear. I do a firefly. It's going to... Here, let's see, 74. Yeah, fuck it. Acidic soil. Yippee! Fuck, okay. But yeah, it's like super middle America, I guess Midwest. They're super popular fast food. I'd rather just have... Oh, the card you choose will shuffle into your card. Nature or growth? Let's do nature. I just like Taco Bell, if I'm honest. Yippee! Oh, I have to eat that guy, right? Eat. I'm gonna take water. It's gonna take 7 water. Okay, let's do firefly then. I'm gonna do that guy. Now I have a free deck. I don't really compare it to Taco Bell. Are you saying it because it's better, or are you saying because it's worse? Alright, is there anything else around here? There's a corpse right there, but I don't feel like it's gonna do anything. Acidic soil right here. Like, dude's called John. You know, it's gonna be bland. Fair. Oh, kind of like... Oh. 2115. Oh, gosh. Okay, I guess that's fine. I'm not allowed to eat those jackal, which is unfortunate, but... A bloodstone. A sunflower? What's a sunflower do? When connected, illuminate a range. When connected, shuffle light and seed into deck. Cool. 4. Sure. Like Juan or anything? Maybe it's because there's too many Juans. Maybe there was too many Juans around when they were doing that, you know? Where are we going now? There's a blood thing over here. Did I not? I didn't get all the tadpoles here. There's nothing here. There's also a way to go... I didn't go this way either. I don't think I can. Whitest Mexican food chain? Yeah, maybe they were too white and they're like, yo, look. I get we want to open a Hispanic food place, but like we can't be Juan because like that's not us. 2, 3, 5, 2. Oh wow, acidic soil. Ooh. The altar stone. 14 water. Oh, let's do this. You're probably right. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't name myself like a race, like a culture of a name that I don't belong to. Self-spread get water. I don't have enough water. I have plenty of blood though. I'm kind of good at this game. 4. There's an altar right there. Thirsty thorns. Acidic soil can kill this, right? So let's do acidic soil. Let's do this. Get digestion, seed, and then a frog. A frog which will help us get to the altar. Oh my god! 3 altars! Ooh, yippee! Yippee! Seed. What does seed do? If water was spent, connected. I guess that's 4 either way. Seed bed, flush chunk. Bruh, what do the altars do? They give us more packs. They give us, like, free packs to open. Rat. Digestion. Eat. I really want more acidic stuff. Oh, there's a thing back here. How do I get back there? How do I get back there? I don't know how to get back there. Okay, we'll go this way, I think. And then use water to get to it. And then I have a wildflower. Why'd the music get so intense? I guess I'll use a free one here. Digestion. I want that cultist. I need more space. Dear rat. Dear. Rat. Oh my. Get connected for free with education connection. The 6 water. I don't know where I go from here. Did I not get this tadpole? I can't get that tadpole. Well, I could get the tadpole if I went this way. It's only 17. You think I can open a card pack right here? It cost 104 though? Uh-oh. Ooh, I think I might have made an oopsie. Because I don't think it's supposed to cost this many. I only have 9 cards left. I guess that's why. Yeah, I only have like 9 decks left. Can I not eat these? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, wait. I kind of wanted that, though. Wildflower will connect us to something. What do we want to be connected to? Was there something up? Oh, I want to be connected here. 4 water's fine. Cancel. Or what the fuck? Wait, so if I go this way, it's gonna... Wait, what? Thank you for the song request. The pouring rain only fuels the fire, which is dancing to the rhythm of the drums. Do you have to save this game, or does it auto-save? I think... I don't know, actually. The creatures are chanting obscure prayers, gazing reverently toward the other side of the cliff, oblivious to your presence. You don't mind this kind of welcome ceremony. The only noise is that they're aiming in the wrong direction. That was pretty epic, whatever. I know. I think I have enough to get to it. As long as it's not gonna fuck me. Oh, I paused it. Path. Don't fuck me now. Oh, fuck. Maybe I gotta go this way? I'm kind of confused on what I need to do here. Digestion. I don't want digestion. I need like a rat or a frog or something. Okay, well, maybe not a rat there, but... Oh my god! Wait, can I go to the rope? I don't have enough oh, wait, I'll have 1 water left. Eat. Your tendril wraps around the ankle of an animal. With a light squeeze, one of its limbs detaches. Its deafening cries are swallowed by the drums and thunder. As it falls hard to the ground, the other tethered animals stagger from the sudden shock. Let me eat you! In the pale whiteness of the thunder and light, the animals are horrified to find that it had fallen the burdened torch. Uh-oh. A scream of bullying, tongues of fire quickly spread along the rope. Fire, fire. Oh. Interesting. The commotion attracted the attention of the worshippers, who immediately burst out laughing as they looked at the animals lying on the ground. Dude, this is sick. Oh, dude, that's fucking menacing. Just the text of them going. Their synchronized laughter like a prayer drowns out the thunder, merging with the heavy pounding of drums echoing throughout the valley. Okay. So I can't use any water right now. I just gotta keep eating them. I can't read it. I think he's saying, ah. Hello, come help me. The failure to notice you frustrating, and you stretch your tendrils toward him. They panicked. Their panic looked ridiculous compared to the face he used to laugh at the animals. Their skins start to tear, revealing vine-like veins, tongues of red flame bursting from their gashes. Are they turning into demons? What a joke. Bastard, what is that monster? Use fire, burn it with fire. No. Amidst the gunshots and the waving of torches, you feel the fragility and helplessness of these creatures, but then you are angered by their disrespected actions. Thus, a desire begins to rise in your mind. Slaughter. Bet! Yeah! Eat them all. Oh, Ro, it's making like a pentagram. That's cool. Flora. Sorry, Flora. I was so hungry. Prey slaughtered. You must have realized by now, Mother and I have always been watching you. These insects steal Mother's blessings, but are never satisfied. We, on the other hand, must reclaim them for Mother. Oh, this game's kind of sick. Moira, what the fuck are you doing, bruh? Everything that is within Mother reach belongs to her. It's a wormhole, but I think you can also feel it. This gift is not enough to satisfy Mother. No need to worry. I will finish the remaining tasks for you next time. I hope you will be more careful. See you soon. Oh, was I not supposed to... Owl has died permanently?! I didn't want that to happen. I didn't know there would be choices that I make that are, like that. Elaine will remember this, and I fucked up. What do you mean she's dead permanently? Are you telling me that I could have revived her somehow? Oh. Need to tell you something. Now extend your roots to me. I don't want to. Forbidden fruit found. A deja vu passed through your mind, but you quickly dismissed your unease. Various sounds faint in an unearthly ripple through your thoughts, seemingly flowing from the link between your tendrils and hers. Gradually, the sound converged and then dispersed like mist. I have 2,000 blood points. Each of them sound different, like those of mice, stone, and the wind. Of vines, of spring, everything you have ever seen. They seem to be calmly giving you a command, or at least you feel that way. Find it. Find the forbidden fruit. I thought I found it. This is a trade. Heh, if you find something like this, bring it to me. Okay, but I killed Owl Girl, and I kind of want to restart. Or perhaps you want to hide something here instead. Hide something? Then it's a deal. I'll give you the location of the swamp where it said the ancient worship of the forbidden fruit. Okay, that's cool and all. Use the locations like in the map. Okay, well, I don't want to, though, because I fucked up and I let my gal die. It's not just a clot of blood. Its dreams come closer to Mother's dream, and their blood eventually crystallizes into this form like relics. All blood, all dreams will eventually return to Mother, thus the stone holds unique significance. I have 2 of those. Excited, I imagine how many secrets it can reveal. Oh, is it the secrets that are... Oh, no? Okay. unlock the... Oh, the dream gate's gone now. Do you think you would play... Do you think you would play different if you started a new run? Probably. Probably a little different. I don't know how different because, you know, I haven't played it. But, like, I wonder, like, can we go main menu? Unsaved progress will be lost. Okay, I'm presuming it saves. Oh, yeah, you can have two different... You can have multiple saves. So I guess I could, like, try a different... That's cool. That's cool. I might do that. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick because I have needed to use the restroom for the past like 30 minutes and I haven't. So we'll listen to that song that you requested, and I will be right back. And then we'll do like one more big boy run with this, and then probably call it for the night. But I'll be right back. Spoon. So that way we can just focus on the game. Because this game's cool. Is this song still playing? I thought it would have played the other song. Is this a song that you requested? No. You did this. Was this a song? Okay. I did not know this song was on fucking Spotify. What the fuck? I can skip it. Also, why would I break a leg when going to the bathroom? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I want to touch her again, though. Because it's funny. Yes, I know. Another handshake. Thank you. I know, fair. Water boost. Yep. I wish I just skipped the tutorials, like, in the beginning. I know that, like later it would be important, but, like, right now I don't think it's that important. Okay, and then collections, and then collect. Oh, it just says collect. I actually don't know if that's a button. Can I retrieve the toucher? Yep. Okay.
Have you ever been beaten by a wet spaghetti noodle by your girlfriend 'cause she has a twin sister and you got confused and fucked her dad? Well, that's how it feels to drive a Ford F250.
F250. Fair. Yeah, I know. Let me go. What did I hear? Have you ever been beaten by a wet spaghetti noodle by a girlfriend because she has a twin sister and got confused and fucked her? It's like a Ford meme. Oh, that was a glimpse of where I need to go to finish this. Okay. Also, I kind of see why maybe starting from, like, the beginning might be, like, better in a way, because, like, then you can build up more resources. But if you just want to continue, like, I think that's also quite fair. Yeah, because I don't want Owl Girl to die. Yeah, Flora, thank you, Flora. I want to see if I can do it before I want to end stream. Always going up, blah. My name is Ronnie, I'm an addict, irony. Said he should have left, that takes me on Black Sabbath. 23. Considering that I know my limits now, I think it'll be, like, faster. I'll go eat the deer. Eat deer. I think it'd also be kind of neat to, kind of complete an entire map. I got into Falling River so late, but better late than never. On God, I feel like all of my friends got into it before I got into it, and I was like, I felt like poo dingy. Also, now that I know that there's, like, more secrets, it's kind of, like, easier to, like, I won't miss as much. Or, like, I feel like I won't miss as much, maybe. I go eat the deer cow. She's going all places she shouldn't be going, but it's fine. Get blood. Get body fragments. Let's do this one. That's blood for later instead of blood for now, right? So. Yes, I know, Flora. Little do you know, this is my second. Why is my face tracking broken? Face tracking? Oh shit. Give me that nectar. Okay, pause. Face tracking? Okay, now you're okay? Okay. I want to keep playing my game. Also, we're gonna do this. Botox. Cancel save. Okay. Yes, Moira. Hi, Moira. Oh my god! Holy shit! Moira, like, just jumped from basically the floor for 1 second onto my desk and then onto a shelf, and it scared the shit out of me. Wait, what does this do? Altar placement and connection, you can actually return to your altar. Whoop. I just want to connect to it. Cat. Yeah, my cat's being kind of weird right now. I don't know what she's on about right now, but she's not. She's being a goober. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. What's this? Corpse pile. Insect nest. Give me fireflies. Then I will use a firefly to go here, I think. Corpse pile. Yippee! I don't think I really need that deer. Roots. Yep. But I want to go. Let's never die. Yeah, I gotta go dish away. Moira, what the fuck are you doing, dog? Get out of here. Alright, firefly. Does she need kisses? Water? I don't think so. I think she's just having like zoomies. She's just having like zoomies right now, and I think she just wants to run around. Does she see ghosts? Oh, probably all the time. Fruit. Ooh. I'll go this way. I will spend the strange man. Let me eat him. Let me eat him. Oh, fuck, he ran. Ooh, goober. She's knocking things off my shelf right now. What are you doing? Can you get down from there, please? I was talking to the lady cleaning the glass doors at a hotel I'm at, and I said I already know. And I said I already know that even though they're automatic doors, oh, what about them? They still get handprints on them somehow? Yeah. I do touch an automatic door. I do that. Digestion. I could eat them. She said, yes, I don't know why. Maybe ghost. That's nice. That's quite lighthearted, actually. That's kind of cute. Eat this guy. Oh my god, Moira. She just fucking kicked the shit out of my desk. It's a little rude. My opinion. I don't have enough blood. Oh, I went too fast. Oops. Oh. Acidic soil. That's right. How many of these can I get? I think like this would be pretty good. Fell asleep in my car. I drove the whole time. Yeah. I was thinking it was kids, but ghost is fun. And when I stand up too fast and the blood can't reach my head. Oh, God. Give me your chunky flesh. Can you have it over here, though? No. I gotta stretch out here. At this point, I have more blood than... Or more... Why can't I stretch? Oh, it's because it's a grab card. Oh, I see. Oh. Not far enough. My heart. Thank you for the song. Yippee. Okay. So corpse piles are really good for getting body fragments, which are really good for, like, going more places, it seems, which I am not mad at. I do wish to go down this way, though. Deer? Digestion. is a car. 3 water's fine. Oh, this is gonna take me the bottom route. I forgot about this. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Blood is thicker than water than... Oh, it's like blood is thicker than the water of the womb. Thank you for the cheek thing. I think that's how that one goes. Oh, yes you can. You fucking bitch. Be faster if I did it this way. Yeah, there we go. Another deer. Another deer. Let's go this way. Then altar right here. Thirsty thorns. Thirsty thorns. Ooh, 2 fountain waters. Yes, please. Now, would you be so kind as to... Oh, shit, wait, I could do it this way. Boop. Hold on, let me make sure it's adding your songs to the queue. Yeah, I think so. Okie dokie. Boop. Ooh, 2 deer. I think that'll lead me to a seed bed. I wouldn't mind getting this seed bed, though. This reminds me of the scene in the Quicksilver and X-Men. This song? Like this song that was playing right now? Because that's fair, so... I should use... Oh, no, that was in the digest. Water. Forest. Let's go here. Body fragment. A deer. It's only 5 water. Alright, where are we going? The slow-mo scene? Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, no, that's fair. But there's a way to go this way, and I did not go this way. Let's do body fragments to get there. I want all the secrets. Boop. What would you do with time in a bottle? That's a good question. I guess it depends on, like, what I can do with the time. Like, would I gain time if I got the time in the bottle, you know? Thirsty thorns, that's fine. Why you are such a goober? Doop. I don't have enough blood. I'm so fast. I don't have enough blood. I don't know. I think I'd probably, like, have it as, like, a family heirloom kind of thing if I had a time in a bottle. Like, if you could somehow put... Whoa, what's that? I've never had this before. Reduces the blood consumption by 10 points upon spread. Berry. Upon spread, generates seeds with a 50% to train itself. Oh, that's kind of cool. Gimme. Insufficient blood. Bro, I'm going too fast. Right before I died, I used it to spend a little more time scrolling my phone. Jesus Christ. I mean, shit, fair, I guess. I see this is why you cannot do my plan of getting to her in one run, but I don't give a shit, and I'm going to do it anyway. Somehow, some way. I only have 17 blood. So these aren't sustainable. Maniac. Okay, let's go this way then. Shit. This is a cool card, though. When you discover this severed limb, you also feel an unknown aura. Oh, I went the wrong way! You're much more efficient this one. I think very much more efficient. But I don't know where the girl is now. I think she's over here. No. Where is she? Because I thought I met her. No, I think I meet her right here, actually. I think I'm wrong. I think it's right after the jackal that I meet her. Give me that body fragment. Oh, fucking here. Do I have to give them one each? Nah, no, I don't. Nice. Ooh. Water is a flower and the overgrowth seeds. Cool. I will inch my way towards this forest path. I did it. Oh. How much blood do I have to have? How much blood do I have to have? Wait, how do I get over? Oh, wait, I'm already over here. I'm stupid. 7, rat, frog, tadpole, digestion. 5 water. Where is the girl? Where's my owl, Pookie? Where's my owl, baby? Pray. Oh, that gave me blood, unfortunately, but that's okay. Oh, but I can digest this guy. Yep. How much blood do I need for it? 19? I guess so. I have a lot of cheap ways to get places. I got the time. I gotta sleep. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out with me. I gotta find this owl girl before I go to bed. Maybe she's down here. I found her. Yippee. She's sleepy and hasn't realized you didn't need small contact. Boop. Boop. Walking route. You have a nice smell. Could it be that you're actually a rat? But you clearly look like a tree root. What did I say? Can I take a rest on your branches? Should I go back to yours? Oh, was I supposed to click on her? Oh. I didn't know that's how that worked. Okay, well. Corpsey. Okie dokie. Road to hill. I think that's... Yeah, because I gotta go over here. I already went all the way. Oh, shit. Okay. Rock. Okay. Is that everything here? There's something here. Ooh. Yippee! Did you eat her last time? I did. Sorry, I didn't see that, Serena. I'm sorry. I know you have to go to sleep. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just kind of dragged my root to her, not realizing that I was just supposed to click on her. So, yeah, that was a little oopsie on my part. Deer. Cannot eat deer. I think it'd be a good time to return, honestly. Current hand will be stored upon returning, yeah. It seems that I am still attached to the world, so I recycled the nectar. Wait, I wanna go home. How do I go home? Boop. Yes. I got distracted by the owl. No fair. I got it right as you were gonna go to bed. Oh my god, I love this song. This is a good song. Yippee! I got the owl girl. That's all I really cared about. Yippee, 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 yippee. Will she return with me here? I can't believe I just ate her like that. I guess that goes with my mentality, though. Hello? I think I might have broke the game. Okay, good night, good night! I think I might have broke the game. Hold on. I want to see what the girl was about. Drink till you drove, drink the geyser. Oh, good night, iconic. You are just like them all. There we go. I got more blood. Got a new location. I got 2 of them. Yeah, it's the same. But I don't have Flora as a I don't have the new one as a companion. How do I have her as a companion? Okay, that's fine, I guess. Blood boost. Blood of snail +2. I didn't go this way earlier. And I do like frogs a lot, but maybe if I could have the snails be better, it wouldn't be such a hard deal. Oh, wait, what? Can I... Upon spreading to the center, there's a 5% chance to generate a large snail. It's not bad. Yippee. That's us. Okay, cool. Alrighty. This is where we will end for today. Tomorrow we have my brain is thinking tomorrow we have Dragonlance, so we will not be streaming as late as we normally do. So it will be a short stream. You got different hair on outfit 4? You got different hair on outfit 4? Yeah, it's my it's this. I haven't worn this around you, I think. Also, what do you said you were going to bed? I guess it's fine. You have to stay until I raid out then if you're gonna be here. I make the number look good. But yeah, it's this hair. It's this hair just without the pigtails. Which is, this is the one I've shown you guys before, so I don't mind showing it again. Who are we gonna raid? King is playing Helldivers, what the fuck? The Swift. I don't know who I want to raid. But again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm gonna send you guys to Kaneko, actually. I need a break. Let me sleep in this weird... Oh, they're playing Amori. I followed that game for a while and I never got around to playing it. So I will send you guys over there. I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. It was fun. I'm glad you thought so. I'm gonna go relax. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. I love you guys. That is not the thing I meant to copy. Have a lovely night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Remember, it's a short stream. It's a short stream. So if you want to keep your streaks, be there early. Be there or be square. But I love you regardless. Have fun, Neko, or have a lovely night sleeping. I love you guys a lot, and I will see you tomorrow. Here is the right message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did. I love you. Mwah! Good night. I'm not stinky. What the fuck?